Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. On Tuesday, the Wyoming Supreme Court announced their much-anticipated decision on abortion rights for the state. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland walks through the controversial court ruling.
Tuesday about 9 a.m., the Wyoming Supreme Court issued its long-awaited ruling in the 3.5-year legal battle of abortion in Wyoming. What the High Court decided is abortion is health care. It is a fundamental right. It falls under a rigorous standard of court review that's difficult for the state to defend, and the state did in fact fail to defend it.
The ruling concludes 4 years of legal challenges that have fraught Wyoming since its 2022 abortion ban triggered into place with the overturn of the federal abortion right under Roe v. Wade. Our coverage of Tuesday's Wyoming Supreme Court ruling continues. After the controversial abortion ruling was announced on Tuesday, Wyoming leaders vowed to work to advance a pro-life constitutional amendment in the upcoming legislative session. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that ultimately the voters may decide.
If it's well written enough, we could expect Governor Gordon to sign it. If it's not well written or violates the principle he holds, we may not. But he is pro-life, he says, and he does want to see this issue go before the people. And then if it survives those steps, a 2/3 majority in each chamber, the governor's desk, then it would go before the Wyoming voters at the ballot in November of this year.
During the interview, Claire McFarland reports that Chip Nyman became emotional and told Cowboy State Daily that he and other lawmakers are galvanized on this issue to find options to change the Constitution or ask the people to do so. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured, including your littlest ones. Also, make sure your child seats are properly installed. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
At Hilltop Bank, we understand banking is a crucial part of building a stronger, more vibrant community. We're committed to local businesses across Wyoming, supporting the work of amazing nonprofits, and fostering relationships that enrich our state. Because building community through banking is the heart of what we do. Hilltop Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Cowboy State Daily's coverage of Tuesday's announcement of the Wyoming Supreme Court declaring the abortion ban as unconstitutional continues with the Wyoming Attorney General is filing a petition from a Supreme Court rehearing on Tuesday's abortion ruling, upholding it as a fundamental right. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Governor Gordon requested the filing.
Later in the afternoon, Governor Gordon announced that he had asked his Attorney General, Keith Couts, to file a petition for a rehearing. Now, this is a measure that Wyoming appeals processes allow, where if one of the parties in the appeal says, whoa, you missed these sources and these arguments and all of this stuff that goes completely against your ruling, I want you to reconsider, then he has to file that petition within 15 days of the ruling that he disputes, and then it's up to the High Court whether to hear that petition, and then they would give the other party a chance to respond as well.
A statement from the office said the petition will be filed within the 15-day deadline. Construction crews are assembling a field demonstration plant that will process up to 10 tons of coal per day into materials for roads, buildings, and nuclear fuel. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the project is a critical step from research to commercial viability.
Wyoming is known for its research into energy development. The School of Energy Resources is a real leader, especially when it comes to coal research. Well, now some of that research is jumping out of the lab into a more commercial space. At the Wyoming Innovation Center near Gillette, they've taken essentially laboratory experiments research into different uses for coal, and now are officially ramping up into a demonstration project, basically real production of new products, building materials from coal, asphalt binder from coal, graphite from coal that could be used to create nuclear fuels if BWXT really sets up shop in Gillette.
The facility will be capable of processing 8 to 10 tons of coal per day, producing intermediate materials that can be manufactured into asphalt products, building materials, agricultural soil amendments, and nuclear-grade graphite. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. Surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Good morning. Wednesday, Jan 7. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's me. It'll also be with others. I'm distracted right now by the Girl Scout cookies sale. It's time for Girl Scout cookies in Montana and Wyoming anyway. And I'm just trying to get my order together. There's a new cookie, which is throwing me off a little bit, but don't mind me. I'm just ordering Girl Scout cookies. Chris Saunders is going to be on the show today. Chris is the guy who founded 307 Pest. He deals with your unwanted pests, from cockroaches and ticks and bed bugs to raccoons and prairie dogs, all kinds of stuff. Chris will be on the show. Megan Degenfelder, Superintendent of Public Instruction, will recap the year 2025 in education. Jared Petrino will talk UW sports. What does the football team look like with the departures and the additions via the portal? And Jen Thoma, she's with the Cody Chamber of Commerce. Jen will be on, and anytime we talk Cody, we'll talk about what they got cooked up for the 250th celebration, America's anniversary, July 4th. I mean, Cody is the place to be. It's going to be huge. They got other things going on this winter as well. We'll talk all things Cody with Jen Thoma. All that coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show this morning. Those are our guests. We got a lot of news to get to. And we got weather, which I'll get to you now. Cowboy State Daily weather forecast from Day Weather. Don Day, partly sunny, windy. Casper, highs in the upper 40s. Sounds a lot like yesterday. I think it's a repeat. Casper the state is just on repeat right now. Mostly cloudy, breezy in Riverton, 50 the high. Evanston, chance of snow in the early morning. Mostly cloudy, highs 36. I'm honestly going to refresh this weather because I swear it sounds exactly like yesterday's weather. But it's just a repeat. We're in a pattern, and we will be until the end of the week. Another day of this tomorrow, I think. Clouds on the increase at Green River, 44 the high, breezy. Pinedale, chance of snow after 3, mostly cloudy, 34. Alpine, 2 inches of snow near certain today, up to 4 inches likely overnight. Alpine, you're getting a bit of snow, and they have all winter, really. If you wonder where your winter is gone, where is the white stuff? Don't complain to Alpine. The plows have been busy there all winter. DuBois, snow, patchy snow likely after 11, otherwise sunny, breezy, 35. Jackson, 2 inches snow today. Breezy conditions, highs 35. Thermopolis, mostly cloudy, 51. Sunny in Cody, 47 today. Buffalo, slight chance of rain or snow in the late afternoon. Otherwise, 48 the high under cloudy skies. Cloudy in Sheridan, 51 the high. Partly sunny in Gillette, 51. Newcastle, clouds on the increase. Your high 51 as well. 54 in Torrington, mostly sunny but windy. Lusk, partly sunny, windy, 49. Cheyenne, mostly sunny, breezy, highs in the upper 40s. Low 40s in Laramie, sunny, breezy. And Rawlins, you're looking at clouds increasing this afternoon, breezy with highs in the upper 30s. That's what it looks like across the state. A whole lot like yesterday. And I think we're going to kind of double down on that tomorrow as well. And then a change as we get into the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, colder, more winter-like. If you haven't yet had winter in Wyoming, you might see it this weekend. I'm looking at the snowpack, which is encouraging for most of the state. It feels like it's been a brown winter, and I hear it called a low tide winter, and I'm going to ask Donde what that means. What's a low tide winter? But look at the snowpack. As of end of day, January 6th, Snake River Basin, 133% above normal, above average. Upper Green, 136%. Even the Lower Green, which has been tough to keep snow until, I think, was it last year or the year before, where they actually got snow down there in the southwest part of the state. They've been doing much better with water and snow. 109% in the Lower Green. Wind Rivers, 126%. Shoshone, 126%. Up there in Yellowstone, 142% above average. And then, as you get west of the divide, Sweetwater is encouraging, 134% above snowpack, but certainly the Platte and South Platte Basin, as you get to the eastern part of the state, you really see those numbers taper off, which would confirm drought conditions east of the divide in Wyoming. And it's been that way for decades now. I can't wait to talk to Claire McFarland. I want to give you a heads up that she'll be on today. It's Wednesday. And we certainly, what a perfect day to have her on, because it just coincides with this whole abortion issue. Wyoming Supreme Court strikes down the abortion ban, Wyoming's abortion ban. So abortion is now legal in Wyoming. Again, Claire McFarland has that story and the fallout from it as legislative leaders vowed to introduce pro-life amendment to change the state constitution this upcoming session. I'm assuming because it's a budget session, anything they do this February is going to have a 2/3 vote. But I think a 2/3 vote certainly attainable with the far right-leaning legislature that we have. We'll see what happens there. Wyoming AG Keith Couts is asking for one last chance to defend abortion bans. All of it hinges really on that health care. Is abortion, for whatever reason you would seek it out as a woman, is it defined as health care? Is that health care that you should not be denied access to? That is the crux of the argument. And Wyoming Supreme Court said, yes, abortion is health care. And women should not be denied access to it. Claire McFarland will be on to talk about that. And maybe more importantly for me, she'll talk about her latest column, her latest opinion column. Is so funny. I love when Claire's opinion stuff gives us insight into the fam. And we're going to talk about her middleborn, who's a tinker, and his latest invention. Well, he hasn't invented it, but he has kind of reinvented the wheel. He's working on a potato cannon. Yeah. Read about that. I mean, Claire makes it so funny. She is so talented. What a wordsmith. Read Claire McFarland, Cowboy State Daily. Look at the opinion section in the Cowboy State Daily. You'll see it in the menu items. Look at opinion and you'll see Claire McFarland trying to raise a kid who can make his own cannons. Good for you, Claire. And I'll tell you, middleborn tinker is the guy I want in the foxhole with me during an end of world scenario. He's a handy dude. Just give him about a half-hour tractor supply and some blueprints, and he can fashion you up anything you might need to kill zombies when the apocalypse hits. Yeah, he's the guy you want on your side. This is a big story, certainly, of the day. We had been waiting for the decision by Wyoming Supreme Court concerning abortion. It finally came down. The 4-1 majority ruled Wyoming Supreme Court declaring Wyoming's abortion ban unconstitutional. What does it mean? Well, it means abortion is still legal, including a medical-induced abortion. Retired Wyoming Supreme Court Chief Justice Kate Fox was called back onto the High Court to participate in the decision. Teton County District Judge Melissa Owens had made the first ruling. All this brought by a lawsuit by a Teton County-based OB. I'm pretty sure this all came from that lawsuit, and I'm trying to think of her name. Giovanni. I hope I'm pronouncing her first name right. Giovannina Anthony. Dr. Anthony and Dr. Renee Hinkle, both OBGYNs in Wyoming. And I know Anthony is based in Teton County in the Jackson Hole area. They both brought action. This has reached all the way to the Wyoming Supreme Court, as you can imagine it would, concerning an issue like abortion. And Judge Owens found abortion fits the definition of health care. The justices splintered a little bit on that, but other than Justice Carrie Gray, who voted in dissent, it was a 4-1 ruling that abortion is health care, and the state's constitution's promise of health care autonomy must be upheld. The only recourse left, I believe, I don't know if you can appeal. I mean, that's the highest court, so I don't know where you would appeal to. So I don't think there's an appeal option, but the only recourse left for those who wish to continue a ban on abortion, lawmakers, is to change the state constitution at this point. Actually rewrite it, tweak it, amend it. And that is promised by lawmakers, legislative leaders vow pro-life amendment. House Speaker, Senate President both said yesterday they'll work to advance a pro-life constitutional amendment in the upcoming legislative session. That's in response to the state Supreme Court ruling. And again, at a budget session, if you don't know, Wyoming legislative sessions alternate each year. That's approximately a 1-month Cheyenne gathering at the state capitol where lawmakers, senators, and House reps make laws. And every other year, it's a budget session dedicated to purely budget issues. And you hear in the news yesterday, today, there's ongoing budget hearings concerning how much WYDOT is going to need in their budget, how much, departments and agencies are going to need, game and fish. Staffing issues came up yesterday, by the way, in budget hearings. Both game and fish and WYDOT said they're having trouble just getting staffed up, making hires and paying new hires. That was a topic yesterday. But this coming budget session, in a budget session, any laws proposed, any bills proposed, anything brought by legislators is, if it's not budget related, if it doesn't involve dollars and cents and budget stuff, and an abortion amendment to the Constitution would not be defined as a budget-related item, that needs a 2/3 majority vote, a higher standard, rather than just one vote over the 50-50, 51%. You need 2/3 to pass any legislative stuff that's not budget-related. So a little bit higher bar, but considering the makeup of the legislation, very much conservative, very far right-wing leading, you would think that any kind of tweak to the state constitution to deal with abortion should be a slam dunk for a 2/3 threshold, but you never know. Chip Nyman, House Speaker, Republican from Hewlett, didn't mince any words with his reaction to the Wyoming Supreme Court ruling, calling it, quote, ridiculous. He said, "We will fight this. We are not giving up. I am not giving up. I didn't get elected to this office to give up." Chip Nyman, for one, says it is completely wrong. It's legislating from the bench, and he vows to continue the fight. He's not the only one. We're hearing from legislative leaders that their reaction is disappointing at the least. Governor Mark Gordon, in fact, used that phrase upon hearing of the decision of Wyoming Supreme Court during a phone call with Claire McFarland yesterday. The governor said he was very disappointed at the decision. This is not good for Wyoming, the governor said. It's not good for the unborn. I don't think anybody can take great delight in this day. I just hope we draft carefully, thoughtfully, and make sure we get the issue correct. Talking about the recourse the state has, which is to just modify the state statutes, the state constitution. It's a tough issue. Boy, I am reluctant to dig deep on this issue because it's so third rail politics. You are either of one camp or another, and there's not too many people that live in the gray, that live in the middle. And I find myself kind of living in the middle when it comes to the abortion issue, and I'll explain why after the break, and I'll try to be careful about it. We'll be right back.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show. We're talking about the big lead story of the day for Wyoming anyway. And that's the Supreme Court ruling 4-1 that came down yesterday that abortion remains legal in Wyoming. Efforts to ban abortion not constitutional according to the Wyoming State Constitution. Supreme Court rules 4-1. And that story and stories related to it, including the reaction from legislators, including the reaction from the Attorney General, who says, give me one last chance to defend abortion. These stories by far are playing out as the most impactful, the most important, the most read in the Cowboy State Daily. 266 impressions on Wyoming AG asks for one last chance to defend abortion bans. 320 comments. And that's just the story on the Wyoming AG and what he may decide to do in response to the Supreme Court decision. There are the story itself announcing the Supreme Court striking down the ban. The story itself, 133 comments. And I'm trying to find a comment that sort of may encapsulate like my thinking. I hate to I don't want to give my opinion on it. I want to borrow somebody else's opinion and say, yes, I agree with that. It's tough. It's people all out there are commenting on where they are with abortion. I guess, I'll just say this on what I feel about abortion. I do think life begins at conception. I do. So I don't buy any argument that you are not taking a life. Whether it's 8 weeks, 18 weeks, whatever your definition, life begins at conception. When the sperm meets the egg and all that biological stuff happens, that's a life. That's debated big time. But at some point, you can't deny there's a life there. And when is it okay to take that life? Well, never. Not in the first week, 8 weeks, 18 weeks. It's not legal to kill. That is taking a life, abortion. However, and I say this even, listening and agreeing with pastors from the pulpit saying you have to be, as a practicing Christian, as a godly person, you have to be pro-life. You cannot acknowledge abortion and say that's right at any point. Yes, I hear that message and I agree. Yet I also agree with the message on the other side from women only. I don't want to hear anything from men, from women saying, my body, my choice. And because I get really squeamish with legislating someone's body, making laws concerning someone's body, similar to, I guess, but it's a stretch, similar to, what do you do with a rapist? Do you chop off his pee-pee? Are you allowed to do that? I might be able to get there easier than I get to abortion. But yeah, I really get hung up on any government making laws over your body, my body. And because I don't own a womb, and I can't know what that's like, and I can't put myself there, and I don't pretend to, and I got a real little bit of heartburn over, older white-haired men making laws about a 16-year-old who gets pregnant. Female. That's where I say I can't, I live in the middle. Abortion's wrong. Abortion's taking a life. But it's not all cut and dried for me because I can't speak for the user group that has wombs that makes babies. I can't, and I don't want to, and I got a problem with men making laws about bodies and about women's bodies. So yeah, it's a reservation that makes me not completely 100% pro-life. Tough. It's a tough call. It's not easy. There's moving parts. It's really complex. And it sure is divisive. It puts people over there and over there. Meanwhile, another thing that's really divisive is the guy running the show here in the U.S., President Trump, the whole Venezuela thing. And man, you're starting to see 4 numbers popping up here and there. I saw it on the bridge the other day here in Jackson. There's a bridge over the Snake River, and I saw the numbers 8647. And to me, it meant nothing. I was like, is that the phone number of somebody's drug dealer? I don't know what that is. But then I I thought harder on it. And I thought, well, 86 is restaurant terminology for out of something or canceling something, or 86 this item. You know, we're out of the chili con carne. We're out of the chicken fricassee. 86, the chicken fricassee. Is that a real food item? I think it is, right? Well, I remember my mom making chicken fricassee. What the heck is it? Chicken fricassee. Yeah, it is a real thing. Stewed French dish. Chicken is brown, then stuck in a sauce. Ugh, looks very rich. Yeah. So that comes from, obviously, restaurant biz. That's where I know it from. 86, the chicken fricassee, we're out of it. And then the 47, I would have never guessed. I had to look it up on the interwebs. 47, it refers to President Trump. He's the 47th president. 8647, 8647, get rid of the president. Or worse, kill the president. I can't believe I said that out loud. Secret Service will probably be knocking on the door soon. Yeah, I think 8647, whenever you see it somewhere in graffiti terms or on protest signs, that's a movement going on now. The latest sort of an extension of the No Kings protest movement is you start to see this number 8647 popping up. And I saw it graffitied on a bridge, all over this bridge in Teton County, the bridge over Snake River as you head from Jackson to Wilson and over Teton Pass. And authorities have been alerted. I noted some of the email traffic. There was an email to the Pathways dude, Brian Schilling. Schilling says, oh, okay, thanks for making us aware. We'll get on it. We'll erase it. And there was other government officials. There was one county commissioner who said, I don't know what that means, 8647. And I was with him. I'm like, I didn't either. That's just something the kids have made up. Yeah, let me read some of these emails because it is in the news. A little bit of a loosely organized protest regarding Venezuela took place in the state capitol the other day. Greg Johnson has the story. Read that in the Cowboy State Daily. Small, loosely organized group of Capitol protesters slammed Trump on January 6th, Venezuela. Note the date, anniversary of the January 6th, 2021 Capitol uprising, which, by the way, it seems all these stories tie together and they all have a side thread. But just recently, the White House launched a new website. I haven't seen it yet. They launched a new website where the whole January 6th uprising was completely overhauled. I don't know how to carefully say it because I haven't read it. So I'm reluctant to just take some other mainstream news source and use their terminology. But I've heard from everything from whitewashed, as in history was completely rewritten, to a tweaking of the angle of what happened January 6th, basically saying it was a peaceful protest that got violent only because law enforcement went too hard, and cops went too hard on the protesters. Whatever happened, we'll never get a full explanation. Whether you want to say Donald Trump authorized it, incited it, or whether, it's just an organic protest gone bad, or whether it was criminal on parts of the protesters. who did criminal things during the protests. You know, at some point, we got to admit that we will probably never know. We already had committee hearings over it. And then those committee hearings couldn't even be carried out in a just manner. There was evidence that those were all crooked. So, you know what? I'm almost ready to just bury the thing and say it was 4 years ago. Let's just forget about it. Golly, we ain't never going to get it right. 5 years ago. No, we're in 2026. But back to the original subject, there were people protesting, not many, at the state capitol. And I see a couple of signs. One of them, no blood for oil. And I get that, protesting the snatching of President Maduro, under the premise that this was to do about drugs. I think there's barely an attempt made by President Trump and the White House for disguising this as a drug move. It's kind of sold that way, but yet you see no effort made to disguise the fact that this is really about oil. In fact, President Trump said, we're going to start pumping oil out of Venezuela and I'm going to handle the profits. That actually, I'm pretty sure it came out of his mouth. Where did I read that? He said, the United States is going to start handling all the oil in Venezuela. And any profits made from the sale of oil will be handled by not the United States, me. I'm almost sure that's a real quote. Where did I see that? New York Times wrote that up. Trump wrote on social media last night, Venezuela would begin sending oil to the U.S. What a sweet deal. You go in there and you take the president out, and then suddenly you're buying Venezuelan oil at a very low rate, and said he would control profits from selling it. So, yeah, was this ever about drugs? Maybe. The drugs are the legal way into sending drones to Venezuela, sending DEA, sending troops, and actually snatching their puppet president. The drugs were the legal way to do. You can't just invade a country and take their oil. That's called war. But the drug thing opened the door a crack, and supposedly also creates precedent for China finally getting rid of Taiwan. I don't know. I don't know enough about world politics to know if that's true, but it's unclear what, if anything, Venezuela would get in return for the oil, which is worth somewhere between $1.8 billion and $3 billion at current market prices. But Trump claims Venezuela will send oil to the U.S. and he will handle the profits. That story in the New York Times and anywhere else you want to go read your news. Anyway, again, back to the topic at hand. That was one of the signs I see somebody holding at the protest at the Cheyenne in front of the Capitol building. And then finally, there is one of those signs, 8647. And if you are like the far majority of the population was just becoming enlightened to this number, it means get rid of President Trump. The impromptu 8647 demonstration at the Wyoming Capitol against President Trump on the anniversary of Jan 6, 2021 took place yesterday. Small group of about 24 took place in the protest. Greg Johnson has the story, and I mention it because of the number, which I'm starting to see, and you're going to start seeing more of it, I think. I just want all listeners and I want all people to be well aware and well informed. If anything, you make your decision on where you stand. I just want you to know what the number means in case you see it somewhere and you don't want to be the the boomer, the OG boob who's not up with the times, man. 86-47 means get rid of President Trump. And you're seeing that number pop up, probably going to see more of it. It appeared as graffiti on the Snake River Bridge here in Jackson. I saw it, and I know at least one government official, county commissioner, said, I don't even know what that means. He's like, it's graffiti. It needs to come off the bridge, and we're going to handle it. But I didn't know. I had no idea of the political meaning of it. Well, now he does, and now you do.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Yeah, don't bother me. I'm trying to order Girl Scout cookies because I can't be sure that I'll be visited by an actual Girl Scout selling cookies. But I might. And so what? If I order online and I get somebody I didn't think of who says, hey, do you want to... yeah. More cookies, more better. I got no problem with... tons of Girl Scout cookies. Bring them on, man. There's a new cookie I was reading about, and there's also one that's departing. That's the one I can't figure out what we're losing. The mint cookie's still there. They're safe. Now we're getting into the important news of the day. I know we have Wyoming Supreme Court ruling on abortion, heavy. I know we have 8647, President Trump, Venezuela, heavy. But let's lighten things up as we end the first hour with news that really appeals to all. 10 inches of snow in Hawaii, while parts of Wyoming have seen no inches. Doesn't make sense. Former Sheridan Bronc football player is the star of the game for Montana State in Montana State's Bobcats win to claim the championship of the FCS. Is that the bowl game they play? What a play this kid made. The FCS National Championship football game. Dane Steele. He's one of 2 Steeles playing football for Montana State. The red shirt freshman. He's still a youngin'. What a play he made. We're going to talk about that because that is one of the biggest stories. One of the biggest stories in the news today, according to how people are responding to the story. The abortion story, yes, that's big. The anything Trump does, the protest story is pretty big. But the football story, I think by the numbers, 848 impressions. So a lot of people are clicking like thumbs up. Way to go. Former Sheridan football star Dane Steele, who leapt over. Is it leaped over or leapt over? Whatever. He jumped this guy right over the top of this Illinois dude. What a athletic play. And congrats to Montana State for a big win. People responding on Facebook to our show so far this morning are, 8647 has been around for a while. I didn't know that. So I'm late coming to it. But I don't know anyone in my peer group, anyone in my influence of friends. I don't know anybody who would know what 8647 means unless you're political, which I am not. So this should be further proof to you when I say I am so not political. To call me, oh, you're just a woke liberal, or to call me, oh, you're just a hard right-liner, you don't know how wrong you are. You can't call me anything politically because I'm not anything. I'm so politically unaware, ambivalent, and really detest politics altogether. So, yeah, I don't have an agenda. But Bonnie says 8647's been around for a while. I must have missed it. Look up the James Comey story. I don't even know who James Comey is. It sounds familiar, but I couldn't tell you who that dude is. He must be somebody in politics. Oh, FBI director. That's right. A former FBI director before they got the Indian in Patel. Right? Will James Comey go to prison? Honestly, I don't care where he goes. Never wasted a moment thought on him, and I'm still not going to. Look up the James Comey story. He stated he saw some stones on a beach and thought it was a cool deal. Stones, I guess, spelling out the letters, the numbers 8647. It was evident that he really knew and highly possible he arranged them himself and then played dumb. Well, I can't waste a lot of brain power to what James Comey thought or did but yeah, I did not know 8647's been around for a while. I know, 47 means President Trump, 47th president. And most people are aware of what 86 means. If you say, what does number 86 mean? And don't forget, lost in these 4 numbers are the numbers 67, which is on the way out, supposedly. Marlene simply says Jake Are you saying that in a slap your forehead kind of way, Marlene? Jay, I can't believe what you're saying. I don't know. So those are the two comments. Anyway, let's get back to the Girl Scout cookies. What cookie is being discontinued? I think it's important to know. These are the top stories of the day for me. I'll have to do some more research on that. Research being I'll have to eat a whole box of. There's one new cookie introduced, I heard, and there's one leaving the fold. But I don't think it's one of the popular ones. I think the ones we mostly enjoy are still there. Let's talk about the Sheridan star football player. Sheridan Bronx, in case you don't know, one of the most successful high school football programs in the state of Wyoming and probably the U.S. The Sheridan Bronx are on a win streak that's historic. This team has not lost in 50-something game, like 56 straight. I don't know what it is, what it's up to, but back-to-back-to-back state titles, win streak that dates back a few years now. Will anybody beat Sheridan Bronx? They are quite a story in high school football. And a couple of the players from that Sheridan Bronx high school team are continuing their football career at the collegiate level. And I think 3 of them are on Montana State. 2 of the brothers are the Steele brothers. Dane Steele's the guy we're talking about who made this leap, a leaping touchdown. And the leap was only part of it. I watched the video. Maybe I could. Is the video somewhere? Dane Steele. Well, I am going to watch a little bit. Yeah, here's the play. The leap is only part of it. Then Dane he stumbles and continues the play and scores a touchdown. It looks like the guy's going to be tackled at any moment. And Dane Steele just refuses to give up on the play. Here, I'll play a little video. If you're watching us on Facebook, X, on the home site, on YouTube, you can see this. If you're on radio, we'll let the announcers describe the play. Either way, it's still fun to go back and watch this.
Strike down the seam. And saving those timeouts, they got to the line quickly, got the ball snapped. Lamson throws, a missed tackle, turned upfield, a hurdle inside the 10, and diving for the end zone. Touchdown! Dane Steele!
Touchdown, Steele! What a run, what a play. Way to go, kid. Yeah, he's there was probably more than one person watching that game who said, I know him. He's a Sheridan Bronx. Cowboy State Daily reached out. David Madison, who he's in Montana, and he was rooting for Montana State. He reached out, and Steele, who scored on that play, is it the play of the year? The Big Sky Conference play of the year? Might be. ESPN's Sports Center called it the top 10 plays of the day, or number 1 top 10 play of the day. Steele told Cowboy State Daily yesterday it was pretty surreal, pretty exciting. Yes, it was, Dane. Don't downplay it. That was very surreal, very exciting. Montana State went on to defeat Illinois State. Walk-off field goal gave them a 35-34 win. First national championship for the Montana State Bobcats since 1984. Wow. Steele, his older brother, Coy, is a former Sheridan Bronx and standout receiver at Montana State. Back in the day, that was, I think, years ago. And then there's a third kid from Sheridan that plays from Montana State. I'm not seeing that. But yeah, Dane Steele, what an athletic play. What a move. What an exciting highlight in that Montana State win. It was crazy. Well, that'll close us out for the opening hour in the Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Wednesday. We've got a bunch of guests coming up next hour you don't want to miss. Chris Saunders will be here. He's with 307 Pest. Megan Degenfelder, Superintendent of Public Instruction. Andrew Rossi, Don Day. That's all coming up next hour. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after top of the hour news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming's December 30th oil and gas lease sale got bids on just 2 parcels out of 34 available from out-of-state firms. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the fate of this land is up in the air.
It used to be, prior to the Biden administration, that oil and gas companies could go in and put non-competitive bids on land. And that was a way to make the land more attractive because you're not having to put down a minimum bid. You just say you'll take it for this amount. Now, under the Inflation Reduction Act, that is no longer the case. What it all boils down to is that the state BLM office and the gas and oil companies are waiting for guidance from the federal level, from the Department of Interior, as to how they are going to interpret the Big Beautiful Bill Act, this particular section that talks about the rules around the oil and gas lease sales.
The 2 companies who bid on Wyoming land on December 30th are listed in BLM documents as Petro LLC out of Denver and R&R Royalty Ltd. of Corpus Christi, Texas. Each company bid on 80 acres. A 46-year-old Casper man entered into a plea deal Tuesday in Natrona County District Court for setting a rash of fires. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Dallas Smith could serve up to 12 years in prison for setting a series of fires at a motel, a vacant restaurant, and 3 other locations in Casper.
The prosecuting attorney is going to drop 8 charges, and those are all related to fires that he started throughout Casper this past summer. He told investigators that he really got upset when he had to go pay rent at a place in Casper, and so he said to work with his anger and his frustrations, he just went and started fires.
In court documents, Smith says he would like some counseling to help him with his anger issues. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured, including your littlest ones. Also, make sure your child seats are properly installed. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
At Hilltop Bank, we understand banking is a crucial part of building a stronger, more vibrant community. We're committed to local businesses across Wyoming, supporting the work of amazing nonprofits, and fostering relationships that enrich our state. Because building community through banking is the heart of what we do. Hilltop Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Former Sheridan football star Dane Steele's leaping touchdown was the highlight of the night in Montana State University, winning its first national title in 41 years on Monday night. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the spectacular play earned the #1 spot on SportsCenter's top 10.
Dane Steele, pride of Sheridan, catches a pass right near the right sideline. He shakes off one tackler, and then another DB comes at him, and he full-on hurdles this guy. And the defender knocks him a little bit off balance, and Dane somehow plants his hand on the ground, stays up, makes it to just before the goal line, and then as he's diving into the end zone, a teammate helps him finish the score. It was an incredible play, momentum swing in the game, which turned out to be an all-time classic that came down to the last play.
Steele's athletic ability shouldn't come as a surprise. At Sheridan High School, he was a 2-time Class 4A state wrestling champion and the 2023 Wyoming Gatorade Football Player of the Year, who helped lead the Broncs to 3 consecutive state championships. More than 10 inches of snow and wind chills in the 20s were recorded at the summits of the Big Island in Hawaii on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that most of Wyoming, by contrast, has remained brown and dry, but changes are on the way.
Wyoming's been unseasonably warm and dry, with one of the warmest Decembers on record for a lot of communities. But there is a change. The jet stream log jam that's been blocking that winter weather, that's finally broken. We're going to see changes in Wyoming's weather as soon as this week.
Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day says the transition will take some time, but signs point to a steady move toward colder, snowier conditions. By mid-January, the winter we've been waiting for could finally arrive. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
retaliate
cannot
against this
stop a
normalization.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence. Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe. I completely disagree.
I'm not going to listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show moving along on a Wednesday, and my Zoom room is completely broken. I can see. Chris, are you with us? Maybe, maybe not. Calling all Chris Saunders. I can see my video is messed up. But that happens, you know. And who needs to really see me anyway? Okay, I have fixed me. Chris Saunders, I see you in the Zoom room, but I don't hear anything and I don't see your video. Last call for Chris Saunders. Where you be? Chris is the founder, by the way, of 307 Pest. That's an operation that he began. Well, he's a 2024 winner of the Quality Business Awards. He's based in Cheyenne, Laramie area, servicing Laramie County, Albany County. And they deal with pests. The reason Chris is in the news, this isn't just an infomercial. Chris is in the news because he's the one who trapped those raccoons, the kits, baby raccoons. Trapped them because somebody had an issue with the kid. He said, I got raccoons living in my boat. And Chris answered the call. Got the baby raccoons out of there. No sign of the mom. So the fear is, you know, you got a bunch of raccoon kits who aren't going to have any maternal, any motherly influence in their life. So they were trapped. They were sent to that shelter outfit that we talked to just the other day. Here's Chris rejoining under a new identity. This should be good. We'll give it a try. Chris, hang on. I gotta get rid of the old you, or my Zoom won't work. And if I do that and I lose you, you're gonna have to come back again. Let's see. Don't report. Okay, I think I got you, Chris. How are you? You're muted, I think. Yeah, you are self-muted. Chris's expertise comes in critter control, not Zoom. so that's good news. Don't worry, his inability to tech out Zoom has no bearing on his ability to come and get rid of your mice or your bed bugs or your. There you are. How's everything this morning?
Good. How are you today?
I'm good, thanks. So I want to talk about the story we had. We had the folks at that shelter the other day about the raccoon story. I want you to retell it. We've read all about it in the Cowboy State Daily. I want you to retell it, and then I want you to talk about all the things that happened at 307 Pest. Broken Bandit Animal Rescue, that's where you sent these raccoon kits. Tell me about getting the call, Chris. This is probably not an unusual call you get. You have somebody who says, I got this pesky raccoon I want to get rid of. In this case, they were little baby kit raccoons and no sign of mama. So there was worry that maybe these raccoons would need to get some help, at least get them out of the boat. What did that call sound like, Chris? And how often you get calls for raccoons like this?
It's we get calls for raccoons and wildlife more often than you would think. In this particular instance, my receptionist got a call that there was a bunch of baby raccoons in a boat that had been pulled 200 or 300 miles from its previous location with these raccoon babies in it. We don't necessarily deal a whole lot with babies and taking care of those, and we realized that they couldn't survive on their own. So we got Broken Bandit, the Wildlife Rehabilitation Center, involved, let them know, and they went out and actually captured the babies and took them out to their center. It was about 4 or 5 days later, actually, which was super surprising. We got a call from the same individual, pretty upset because the raccoon vandalized his automobile quite severely, cost several $1,000s in damage to windshield wipers and seals and anything it could get a hold of. Went out, assessed the situation, set a trap, and overnight we did capture a very large raccoon. At the time, we weren't sure if it was female or male or whatever. Got to think in the same location and the motherly instincts and stuff that are involved, that might be the mom to those babies. So we actually took the raccoon the adult out to the rehabilitation center, and just within a few minutes of setting the two cages side by side, they were struggling really hard to get towards each other and reunited. So that was an amazing success story where they were reunited a week or so after being separated.
Yeah, that's really nice. I didn't know the boat had been somewhere else. So that would lead you to think that, that wherever the boat came from, that's where the mother was. And now there is no mother. So I could see you start thinking there is no mom. We got to take care of these little baby raccoons. And then mom shows up. So when the damage was done, did you immediately think the damage was done by a raccoon? Did the caller know it was a raccoon, or did he just say, my vehicle is like all wrecked?
We had a really good idea. There's not a lot. I mean, there are no animals here in Cheyenne that would really do that. Cats and dogs and squirrels don't typically, we have skunks as well. Don't typically do that. They don't typically go back for their babies and actually tear things apart trying to locate them.
All right. Well, before we talk about insects, whether that's wasps, ants, spiders, whatever your household may be bothered with, I want to stay on this pest, these wildlife kind of things, raccoon kind of thing. Because I have 2 raccoons here. I'm not going to call you to come get them. I kind of like them. I can deal with them. They're pretty fun. They get into stuff, man. They got really good hands. Like, they can manipulate all kinds of things. But tell me, like, some of the calls you get involving raccoons or skunks or animals that people say, look, this has become a problem. Being visited by it once a month, but now it's like every day, and I got to call 307 Pest. We got to get this thing out of here. What usually happens typically when people are getting too many visits from wildlife?
Yeah, these raccoons, they can climb amazing things. They're amazingly smart animals. We get calls from everywhere from raccoons being in chimneys and fireplaces that aren't being used and things like that don't have the proper chimney caps to prevent that, to prevent their access from those areas. One story that does come to mind was an elderly lady called and was upset because one was in her house. It actually made it into her kitchen when she let her dogs out. It scared the raccoon, and the raccoon ran in and was hid behind the stove. So we had to get that pulled out of there. And a lot of the cause from that was feeding cats and stuff outdoors, feral cats, which is also a large problem for areas of Cheyenne. We provide, if we provide a home and we provide food for them, they're obviously going to come around. These are wild animals. We don't want them in our homes and stuff. So we need, as human beings, to take the step to prevent them from wanting to be here. And the number one thing there is preventing access to areas where they can nest, and not feeding them so that they don't continue to reproduce and come to certain areas.
Yeah, that's good advice from Chris Saunders, who founded 307 Pest. And even knowing if the phone's not ringing at 307 Pest, Chris is not getting paid, but he'd much rather it not ring about certain things. Let's take care of wildlife in the beginning, and then we wouldn't have to make the call to 307 Pest. How about here's one question I had. Like, depending on what it is you're trying to capture, and you're live capturing everything, I would imagine, and removing it. Maybe not mice, but you're trying to live capture wildlife, or you set traps for mice, whatever rodents, whatever pests people want rid of. What is the go-to attractant? Is it the same for just about every animal? The mice like peanut butter. What are the raccoons like? What do you use?
Yeah, generally there are some go-tos that all animals like, and that's, the number one thing you hear of is peanut butter. That's great. We can catch raccoons on peanut butter. So if you have a raccoon problem, we set out some peanut butter in a live trap, and next thing you know, we might catch a skunk. And we don't want that. So skunks and raccoons do like different types of food. So knowing what the species that you're trying to trap and using the appropriate baits to trap those. Let's say tuna. Tuna is another one that raccoons and skunks also like, but you're going to catch a lot of house cats on that. And we don't, we're a pest control and wildlife company, and cats and dogs do not fit into that. We prefer to work with the Cheyenne Animal Shelter, when domestic animals are involved.
I imagine, attracting and catching what you want is not hard. It's catching what you don't want becomes the issue. Let's talk about whether you're residential, commercial, and you want to call 307 Pest by the number. It's 307-630-2381. Find them on the interwebs at 307pest.com. We're talking to Chris Saunders, founder of this outfit. Let's talk about the typical, like a mice. Why would you get calls about mice? Most people know what to do. They set a mouse trap, but maybe the situation's gotten out of hand. I don't know. Do you get a lot of calls? Mice are probably the number one thing this time of year. As you get into fall, they want to come indoors.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Jake. Coming on fall and winter, they're just like we are. We get cold, we want to get in and get warm. We want to find food. So the number one thing, if you see a mouse, you can put a mouse trap out in your house, your garage, whatever. You catch one, there's going to be more. The number one thing to do is keep them from getting in, and that's exclusion, where when we do an inspection, we go inside and outside of the home or the office. We do commercial work as well. And we look for any of those possible entry points. A mouse can enter through anything the size of a dime.
Yeah.
So, a full-grown mouse is pretty good size, but they can flatten their body, slip in there. They've got a perfect home. They reproduce, and next thing you know, you have an infestation. And they do cause diseases there in their feces and things like that. Hantavirus is a big one.
Let's talk.
And we want to prevent that.
Let's talk about insects. You know, there's also in the fall, you got a lot of people practicing invisible kung fu. They're just trying to swat the wasps away. Oh, man. Depending on this, the year, it could be wasps are like a real nuisance. Ants, other insects. I'm sure you fumigate. You do all kinds of that mitigation for insects. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we've got 50, 60 degree days in December and January, we've got insects all the time.
Yeah.
Spiders don't typically hibernate. They have in their blood system is actually a type of antifreeze that keeps them alive through the winter. The wolf spider, a lot of times you can see those on snowbanks as well. They'll actually sit right on top of a snowbank. Definitely the wasps are an issue. The best thing you can do for wasps, if you know where the hive is, whether it's in a wall or on a tree or side of your house, we can definitely deal with those. Get rid of that nest. We can do traps. If they're not in your yard, but they're next door, we can't treat your neighbor's house, but we can sure help prevent them from coming to yours.
Excellent. Well, thanks. What is the oddest, most exotic, weirdest thing you've ever been called in to trap? Whether that was intentional or you just caught it by mistake.
I would say an occasional snake. We don't get a whole lot of those in Cheyenne, but we do get some bull snakes. A little bit further east, we get some rattlesnakes. Those are probably the most exotic type of animal that we can deal with. The raccoon in the kitchen was definitely the most, I guess, chaotic, you could say. It was fun to be a part of, but we're glad we helped the lady out. We solved a bigger issue as well. It's all fun, and every day is a new adventure.
Keeping your home and business pest-free, 307 Pest. Chris Saunders joins us now, offering prairie dog control options as well. Find him on the internet at 307pest.com or call 307-630-2381. Take care of your pests in Laramie and Albany counties. Chris, thanks for popping on. Have a great Wednesday.
Thank you. You as well. Bye-bye.
Yeah, buddy. Let's take a break. Don Day's coming next.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah!
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I had to double check. Today, I was reading your forecast off the internet, Don, and I found myself actually refreshing the page because I was like, I just read this yesterday, whether it was Casper or Cheyenne or and it was like Groundhog Day weather yesterday, today, and maybe even tomorrow. Kind of stuck in a pattern for a little bit. Things change over the weekend.
Yeah, no, things change tomorrow.
Okay.
Today though is copy and paste day. I call it. Copy yesterday's weather, paste it into today.
Yeah.
Which means more wind, which means more snow in the Northwest mountains, which means above average temperatures. And then tomorrow, we definitely will see a change. A cold front that's out now in British Columbia will move really quickly through Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and into Wyoming during the day tomorrow and into Friday. As we mentioned yesterday, it is going to bring a little bit of winter. No one's going to get a ton of snow, but there will be pockets of snow showers and light snow tomorrow night into early Friday. And places that haven't seen much in the way of any winter weather for a while will get a little bit of the white stuff. The Black Hills will finally see some snow. I see enough snow along sections of I-90 and I-80 and I-25 tomorrow through Friday morning to make for some slippery roads. So be prepared for it. Everything's kind of relative since we haven't really seen much move into central and eastern Wyoming for a while. Even a dusting to an inch of snow is going to seem like a lot.
And living on the cusp of the freezing point in western Wyoming, where I am, has caused for some problems driving. Stuff that's wet on the road going into nightfall, overnight, and early morning is not wet anymore. It's a sheet of ice. Yeah. Be careful. One last thing, Don. Other than the oddity of making it snow in Hawaii and not in Wyoming, I don't know how you did that. Thanks for that. For anybody trying to escape winter, what is I saw this referenced in terms of Wyoming, a low tide winter. What is that? Is that a real thing? Low tide winter?
I haven't heard of that.
Huh? Yeah, I don't know what that is either. But it might be a thing.
Mean, tides are something we don't talk about in Wyoming very much.
No, not really. Yeah. Okay. I will dismiss that. I think it was, it was NPR. It was WPR that talked about a low tide. So, what do they know? They need to hire Don Day and get a real forecast.
I will look it up.
Okay. Low tide winter. The moon tugging on our tides and winter.
I mean, maybe it's the tide on Glendo or, Lake DeSmet. I'll have to check.
Maybe. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling along as we go back to back. Don Day, and we get right back into the Zoom room with Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder is here, and I'm excited. We're going to recap the education stories of 2025. I'll salt the mine, so to speak, Superintendent, and just recall some of the things I remember. Certainly ended the year on a sad note. Judy Catchpole, huh? Oh, man. A legend. Oh. And we just today raised the flags back up to the top because they've been half-mast for Judy. She was something.
She truly was. I mean, she was a mentor to me, since high school. That's when I first met her, when I was getting involved in the Republican Party, and just was such a strong advocate and mentor for me throughout. I looked to her when I ran for this office. And you're right, driving around the state, seeing particularly schools with their flags at a half-mast, I just thought, what an incredible way to honor the legacy of Judy Catchpole. She meant so much to me and to all of Wyoming.
Totally. The year 2025 had some really surprising elements to it, some highlights. The dismantling of the U.S. Department of Education. Did we ever think we would see that? You did. You were calling for it before it ever happened. That was something.
That's right. Yeah, I remember when I was first campaigning, and I think people looked at me like I had two heads when I mentioned this dismantling. And so to see it not only for the president to announce his intentions to do so, but to actually then see these interagency agreements and following through on that promise, that's been just incredible. And it really just reiterates that states should be in the driver's seat when it comes to education. And I think this is just the first of many steps in that effort.
Lesser successes. I don't know if I want to call them little. They were big to whatever they happened to. Blue ribbon school announcements. Teacher of the Year in 26 means a lot to me because it's Michelle Roundy right here at Jackson Hole High School. Other accolades that we spread out throughout the year.
Yeah, that's right. I actually had the opportunity to join Michelle in her classroom not too long ago there in Jackson and visit with her. She's doing incredible work. We also recently had one of, well under 50 in the entire country. We had a Milliken Educator Award recipient in Laramie.
Oh, yeah.
And yes, that was Jared Halsey, and he was recognized. And so that was a really big one. That came with a $20,000 check. And it just shows you that, not every state had an awardee, but Wyoming, we've got the best and brightest teachers right here.
I love that. What about give me a report card on your language and literacy initiative that you launched this past year?
So we're going full steam ahead. We've got a bill, two bills rather, that made it through the Joint Education Interim Committee that are focused on literacy. And so, even though this is a budget session, so you've got that high bar for other bills to be introduced, we're really confident in the work that's gone into this literacy bill. This was no easy lift, bringing all of these different perspectives on literacy together. But I think that we've got this momentum moving forward. Wyoming is speaking up, and we're saying, hey, literacy is a focus. We want kids to be able to read at grade level.
This past year, I'm also going to remember for the efforts WDE made toward charter schools, or alternative schools, trade schools, career and technical education. Very important to you, I know, Superintendent.
That's a really big one. I'm glad you bring it up. Career and technical education is really the future. And I think instead of having it just be, a side aspect of education, it should be front and center. It should be the model for education. And so we were able to, just rewrite our federal plan for CTE dollars. We were able to get more money for our career and technical student organizations. And I think we're only just beginning. We're really excited, and I can't announce too much right now, but a partnership with the Wyoming Business Alliance, in which we are working to, how do we have a system of employers across the state that our schools can tap into for that work-based learning? And so we're finally coming together, getting the right people as part of the discussion. And so I think a lot more to come in 2026.
Oh, that's a good idea. That sounds really good. I want to hear more about it. So the past year, not without some, let's see, if it's not a highlight, it's, I guess, a low light. The movie of the year, 2025, One Battle After Another, could also be your story with the WEA, the Wyoming Education Association. Where are we with that mess?
Well, which one, right? There's several. We've got we have several in play. And for me, it's not really a battle when I know that we're on the side of what's right and what Wyoming people want. And I think that's what we're going to see play out. Of course, we were just waiting on the appeal to the Supreme Court in terms of education funding. All of those arguments have been heard, so we're just waiting on a decision. And then as it relates to education savings accounts, we're still in a waiting game there of what's going to occur. We, of course, have a stay in place, which is unfortunate for those families that were really counting on those dollars. But we're going to continue to advocate and participate as the courts, go through this process.
We're talking to the head of education in the state. It's Superintendent Megan Degenfelder. So I don't know if this is the way you wanted to do it. I know we wanted to recap the year and take a look at sort of a, report card. We're talking about school. I know some of the things that you wanted to accomplish early in the year, goals you had set. In fact, this is from January 12th, 2025, your legislative priorities. Tell me, how are we doing in protecting students, families, whether it's fairness and safety, whether it's making sure the right people go to the right bathroom, or whether it's being really transparent with parents. Here's what's going on with your students. How are you doing in that category?
Well, we've accomplished a lot, particularly in the last year, as you referenced the last legislative session. When the executive branch and the legislative branch are able to work together, we can accomplish incredible things. And government does not have to be as slow as people assume that it is. We can get these things done quickly. And so, we've protected women's sports. We added in the collegiate level, which is very important to me, coaching rugby. We were able to eliminate DEI from our public institutions. We were able to protect bathrooms for biological sex. Those type of things are really important. They're kind of that foundation that is set to ensure that our Wyoming values are in place, and that we can focus on making sure that our kids are learning to read. But you have to address those foundational issues first.
Taking cell phones out of the classroom, replacing them with books. Put books in the hands of kids. How are we doing pursuing academic excellence? I just saw you released ACT scores, stuff like that. How are kids doing? Are our kids smarter?
Yeah, we're doing well. And this year we actually hit pre-pandemic levels on our state assessment, which was a huge lift. It just shows that all of these efforts we're really pushing on are working. It shows that our teachers, that our schools are working hard to really come out of that pandemic slump. And so it's really exciting. We've still got a little bit of work to do in the area of science, with math. That's not quite pre-pandemic. We're just 0.4% off from that. But ELA, English language arts, and science, we had big increases. And so that's important. We want to see growth, right? We don't just want to be stagnant. We want to be growing always.
We're talking to Superintendent Megan Degenfelder. Let's talk about school choice. You touched on that. If your career path is going to begin right after high school graduation, and that's certainly a way to go, enhancing school choice, I'm going to give you an A+ right off the bat. It's been fantastic.
Well, thank you, Jake. I look at school choice as so broad. I mean, I want choice everywhere. I grew up in Casper. It's really the only full choice district where you can go to whatever school, best suits your needs. So I think choice within our traditional public system, but then adding public charter schools, adding private schools. I mean, it really is about all of these different opportunities for kids. And finally, just recognizing it's even the shift of that kids learn differently. And so we have to stop pushing every single kid into the same pathway. And that's what this is about. So whether it's career tech ed pathways, whether it's, the ability to go to a private school that you otherwise wouldn't have been able to, that's what we're talking about here.
How about your role on the State Lands Investment Board and decisions there? This is school land, state lands, that there's a fiduciary responsibility to make sure you're getting money for schools. How is that going? It's been political, maybe more political than it needs to be, but tell me about your role on the board and how that's worked to benefit education.
Well, I think we've done really great work the last couple of years. We've really taken a close look at what projects, best fit for Wyoming, maximizing that revenue on the investment side. Incredible work. Kudos to the treasurer's office for the returns that we're getting into the state coffers. For me, it's always about how do we balance that fiduciary responsibility, but also in perpetuity. How do you ensure that these state lands for generations to come can be able to generate revenue for the common school? And I take that board extremely seriously. This week I'm going to be bringing some changes to our oil and gas leasing rules. It's important that we have folks that understand the industries, and we can make changes to ensure that we can produce as efficiently as possible on those state lands.
I think you and your office are all about recognizing that property tax is an issue. They've just gotten out of hand. It's putting people out of their homes. You're all for lowering property tax, I think, but how do you do that and still fund education? That seems to be two different things.
Well, number one, we have to promote the mineral industry unequivocally. We have to, in everything that we do, fight for our mineral industry. And I think that we're still lacking in some ways. We have to push on the federal government when we have difficulty in producing our minerals. That's first and foremost, because the fact of the matter is mineral industry pays the bulk of the property taxes. And so that's number one. Number two, we have to find that sweet spot. People in Wyoming, as you say, desperately needed property tax relief. We desperately needed committed to provide that to them. But then we balance that with looking at what services are at play here, what property taxes is it actually funding? Does that meet, the needs of Wyoming people? And we find that sweet spot. That's what we're good at. We roll up our sleeves and we figure out, where that exists, that we can be able to provide those basic governmental services while also ensuring that these property taxes are not pushing people out of their homes.
And now on to probably the most important thing. What is the Wyoming Department of Education doing to eliminate the whole 6-7 thing? And what are the next two numbers going to be, Megan?
Hey, look, I'm just trying to keep up with the latest and greatest from the kids these days. So, I'm all here for the 6-7. I don't know what it means. Nobody does. But, I'm here for it.
Yeah, I got it. Anything else you want to highlight from the past year?
It's just been a really fantastic year. I think, again, it just highlights the fact that we can make government work at a quicker speed. You just have to have individuals that are willing to roll up their sleeves and do the work. And that's what's really important in state governance.
Well, I love everything you're doing as superintendent of public instruction, but I can't let you go until I ask any plans for anything. I get that you're doing this job and that's your focus, but certainly the rumors are out there and we're starting to create a list of potential gubernatorial candidates. I don't know. Anything, Megan?
Well, I told Claire recently that, I'm strongly considering running for governor. My life is committed to public service for the state of Wyoming. I grew up with a grandfather who lived in a 2-bedroom shack on a ranch and taught us that, everything that you earn, you put back into that land, into that state. And that's what I believe in. And I believe that when it comes to leadership of the state, we have to have someone that's going to, fight for our Wyoming conservative values, fight for the mineral industry, fight for education. And so that is very important to me.
Well, whatever you choose, I know a lot of people are behind you. A lot of votes already cast your way. Megan Degenfelder, for now, State Superintendent of Public Instruction. Great successes in 2025 and ready to dive into the new year.
That's right. Thank you, Jake.
You bet. Have a great day. We got Andrew Rossi coming up soon, and we'll get to more stories of the day from the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Also, feedback from our listeners. I got to get to the listener line. We do have one, by the way. Anytime you want to join the conversation, 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Shoot us a text. Let us know what you're thinking, and we'll be glad to share that with the rest of the listeners. We'll take quick break here and get Andrew Rossi in right after this.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts. our lives, our everyday, with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Well, some very insightful takeaways from Superintendent Degenfelder on the state of education in Wyoming. Some fantastic success stories in 2025. And certainly the biggest story in education for Superintendent Degenfelder had to be the news out of Washington that President Trump was all about getting rid of the U.S. Department of Education. When Megan Degenfelder said that was a top priority during her campaign for superintendent, she admitted a lot of people thought she had grown another head, that's crazy talk. Why would you want to? If you're in the education field, why would you be against the Department of Education? Why would you even foresee its demise? At the time, it was revolutionary thinking, and sure enough, it comes to pass before the end of the year. Wow. That's huge news. And then, of course, everything that Superintendent Degenfelder is doing close to home in education, success stories, language and literacy initiative is huge. Career and technical education, recognizing that not everybody's path is the same. You hear that over and over in education. Each student learns differently. Meet the student where they are. Serve the student, each individual student, and recognizing that once they flip the tassel, they may be headed to college. They may be Dane Steele headed to Montana, where he's going to jump over Illinois State tacklers. They may be going to Yale, Harvard, becoming some kind of genius, or MIT. Or they may be ready to make six figures as a 19-year-old and go straight into some career. All of that is possible, and all of that's served by Wyoming Department of Education. Career and technical education, whatever you're being prepped for, you're being prepped for life. In public schools, in Wyoming Department of Education, a lot of success stories from the past year, for sure. Back to Girl Scout cookies. The discontinued cookie, I finally looked it up. If you joined us late, I've been talking about Girl Scout cookies. This is the time of the year where you're going to be visited soon by your favorite Girl Scout as part of the fundraising efforts from the Girl Scouts. I'm looking at, in particular, the Girl Scouts of Montana and Wyoming. There's a special two-state website anyway, and I'm reading that for the 2025-26 season, 2 Girl Scout cookies are discontinued. Tell me they're not messing around with the mint or the Samoas. It's going to be the Girl Scout s'mores. And no more Girl Scout s'mores, graham cracker sandwich with a marshmallow chocolate filling. However, there's a new cookie that's kind of going to take that place of the s'mores. I'll tell you about that in a minute. Also, the Toast Yay. I don't know what that even was, but I guess it didn't do well. That's a French toast flavored icing dipped cookie, and that's on the way out. So we're going to 86, excuse me for using the number. We're going to 67 the Girl Scout s'mores and the Toast Yay. And we're going to replace them with one new cookie for 2026. It's the Exploramore, a Rocky Road inspired cookie. Let's see the ingredients. The Exploramore is going to have, it's a sandwich cookie with a chocolate marshmallow and almond flavored cream. So kind of a little bit of the elements of the s'more with the marshmallow anyway. Yeah, Exploramores, those are new. Your Girl Scout, your favorite Girl Scout might be pushing those on you. And that's certainly, get a box. But don't forget to get 2-3 boxes of the peanut butter patties. They're still around. Lemonades, Thin Mints, the best-selling cookie for the Girl Scouts, and all the regulars. Girl Scout cookies coming to a cookie jar near you. I'll be ready. Don't worry, I'm making my order online, and if somehow a Girl Scout finds me, if we cross paths, I'll make an order there too, because more cookies, more better. No problem. Andrew Rossi, where he at? I don't know. Sometimes Andrew views Wednesdays as optional. Sometimes I wonder whether he even knows he's scheduled on Wednesdays. But he does have stories we need to talk about, including the one that I just sort of mentioned to Don Day, the fact that parts of Wyoming still waiting for their first snowfall event. Parts of Wyoming still not seeing cold enough temps to make ice. Andrew Rossi has this story. The 42nd annual Saratoga Lake Ice Fishing Derby has been canceled due to lack of ice. Planned for January 17th, 18th, which is 10 days away. Could we get enough ice in 10 days? Doesn't look like it. The officials who run the Derby say, we just can't put anybody out on the lake the way it is. They may have to change the Derby to just a regular old fishing Derby. But due to, quote, very poor ice conditions, the Saratoga Platte Valley Chamber of Commerce announced the cancellation of what would have been the 42nd annual event. Stacy Crimmins, interim ED of the chamber, said the board of directors had to make the difficult decision. They consulted Game and Fish and other agencies and perhaps even Don Day, a weatherman or two, and they all came to the same conclusion. There is not enough ice on that lake to make it safe. This is a big event for hotels, convenience stores, restaurants. It's an economy boost. So it's going to be a big hit. Crimmins said board of directors understand the impacts it'll make economically, but we'll be back next year with the 43rd annual. Would you skip a year? So next year would be officially the 42nd time it was held, assuming we get there. I mean, there's global warming. There's global change, whatever you want to call it, man. I'm no longer a denier. Well, maybe I never was. I wanted to see all the evidence come in. But at this point, you got to have your head buried deep in the sand to say there's not global warming going on. You can call it climate change. You can call it 6-7, whatever you want to call it. But it is warmer on this planet in my lifetime than I've seen it. It's gotten warmer. The numbers will tell you it's gotten warmer. Now, whose fault is that? Us driving around in our cars? What's the cause of that? I'm not going to go there, but it's definitely warmer. Look at this winter. It was the warmest December on record for many towns and cities in Wyoming. Jackson, 10 degrees above normal. 10. Record warm December. Same with Casper, Buffalo, Sheridan, just about every town in Wyoming. Big Piney, America's little icebox. They celebrate the fact that they're colder than any place in the country usually. In December, not this time. They were double digits above normal. Yeah, it's warm. It's so warm they can't get ice on Saratoga Lake. And there's going to be no ice fishing tourney this year. You need inches, many inches of ice to support, ice fishing. Because first off, you got to drive your Chevy Silverado out there on the lake. That needs, 8 inches or more. And then you got to set up your ice fishing hut. And yeah, you need, and they don't have nearly enough. In fact, there's still open water in some parts of Saratoga Lake. Just not safe to do it. Has not been consistently cold enough. Andrew Rossi's story about the cancellation of the ice fishing derby, what would have been the 42nd annual Saratoga Lake. They just can't do it. Meanwhile, where is winter? Hawaii. That's where. Andrew Rossi's story about Hawaii getting 10 inches of snow. I saw this originally yesterday on the Facebooks, which has become fake book because I can't believe how many fake stories there are out there. And I mean, not just stories designed to kind of trick you, not just stories with an agenda. I mean, just flat out fake. Like this is fake, fake, fake. I don't know how you police that if you're Zuckerberg, but he's not doing a very good job of it. The stuff that doesn't pass the censors of Facebook, the stuff that is caught up by censors. In other words, if you try to give away a barn cat, that might get flagged by Facebook. If you try to sell a firearm, you might be banned from Facebook. Yet, there's all kinds of fake news out there. Like, yeah, I get a lot of it following sports. If I follow one page that talks about my beloved Buffalo Bills, then I'll get other pages purported to be Buffalo Bill pages, and it'll be just flat out fake news. Like Josh Allen divorces wife Haley Steinfeld, and Josh Allen cut in half by a terrible industrial accident, won't be able to play next week. Like just stupid fake news. Like this isn't even close to real. There's not even a thread or a shred of realness to these fake news stories. So when I read this one, Hawaii gets 10 inches of snow, I'm like, no way. They're still waiting for the first inch of snow in Torrington, in a place called Wyoming. How does Hawaii get 10 inches? They did. Wind chills in the 20s recorded at the summits of the Big Island on Monday. Most of Wyoming, in contrast, has remained brown and dry. Meteorologist Don Day said that's about to change. Still, Don did not explain how the heck Hawaii can get snow. He actually said the Hawaii storm is pretty cool, said Don Day said, literally cool for Hawaii. He said there were parts of Hawaii that were under winter storm warnings, yet Wyoming wasn't. On the same day, parts of Wyoming were looking at 58 and sunny. It was 21 and snowing like a mother in Hawaii. 10 inches. And it's all part of this block that Don Day's been describing. He said that changes beginning tomorrow. The log jam that's blocked Arctic air from descending into the Rocky Mountains, funneling it elsewhere, mostly in the Midwest and Eastern U.S., and maybe Hawaii. That block is finally breaking down. The super strong ridge of high pressure, that's beginning to deteriorate, and we will get to winter around here, but not soon enough to save the Saratoga Lake Ice Fishing Derby. That's gonna be the casualty of the winter that wasn't in Wyoming. Andrew Rossi has those two winter-related stories, and he had the story I really wanted to talk to him about. He found a guy who chauffeured Spock around Yellowstone during the shooting of the Star Trek movie. This goes back to August 1978. Fascinating story on the personal driver for Leonard Nimoy as he shot scenes from his motion picture, the Star Trek movie, back in the late 70s. He recalls it. The chauffeur, by the way, Eric Ostenson, recalls it as being a weird and surreal experience. I'll bet. Prosper and live long, Eric. Cool story from Andrew Rossi. And yeah, that'll do it for this hour. We got to take a break. Top of the hour news next. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Stay with us. We're only halfway done.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. On Tuesday, the Wyoming Supreme Court announced their much-anticipated decision on abortion rights for the state. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland walks through the controversial court ruling.
Tuesday about 9 a.m., the Wyoming Supreme Court issued its long-awaited ruling in the 3.5-year legal battle of abortion in Wyoming. What the High Court decided is abortion is health care. It is a fundamental right. It falls under a rigorous standard of court review that's difficult for the state to defend, and the state did in fact fail to defend it.
The ruling concludes 4 years of legal challenges that have fraught Wyoming since its 2022 abortion ban triggered into place with the overturn of the federal abortion right under Roe v. Wade. Our coverage of Tuesday's Wyoming Supreme Court ruling continues. After the controversial abortion ruling was announced on Tuesday, Wyoming leaders vowed to work to advance a pro-life constitutional amendment in the upcoming legislative session. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that ultimately the voters may decide.
If it's well written enough, we could expect Governor Gordon to sign it. If it's not well written or violates the principle he holds, we may not. But he is pro-life, he says, and he does want to see this issue go before the people. And then if it survives those steps, a 2/3 majority in each chamber, the governor's desk, then it would go before the Wyoming voters at the ballot in November of this year.
During the interview, Claire McFarland reports that Chip Nyman became emotional and told Cowboy State Daily that he and other lawmakers are galvanized on this issue to find options to change the Constitution or ask the people to do so. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured, including your littlest ones. Also, make sure your child seats are properly installed. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
At Hilltop Bank, we understand banking is a crucial part of building a stronger, more vibrant community. We're committed to local businesses across Wyoming, supporting the work of amazing nonprofits, and fostering relationships that enrich our state. Because building community through banking is the heart of what we do. Hilltop Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Cowboy State Daily's coverage of Tuesday's announcement of the Wyoming Supreme Court declaring the abortion ban as unconstitutional continues with the Wyoming Attorney General is filing a petition from a Supreme Court rehearing on Tuesday's abortion ruling, upholding it as a fundamental right. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Governor Gordon requested the filing.
Later in the afternoon, Governor Gordon announced that he had asked his Attorney General, Keith Couts, to file a petition for a rehearing. Now, this is a measure that Wyoming appeals processes allow, where if one of the parties in the appeal says, whoa, you missed these sources and these arguments and all of this stuff that goes completely against your ruling, I want you to reconsider, then he has to file that petition within 15 days of the ruling that he disputes, and then it's up to the high court whether to hear that petition, and then they would give the other party a chance to respond as well.
A statement from the office said the petition will be filed within the 15-day deadline. Construction crews are assembling a field demonstration plant that will process up to 10 tons of coal per day into materials for roads, buildings, and nuclear fuel. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the project is a critical step from research to commercial viability.
Wyoming is known for its research into energy development. The School of Energy Resources is a real leader, especially when it comes to coal research. Well, now some of that research is jumping out of the lab into a more commercial space. At the Wyoming Innovation Center near Gillette, they've taken essentially laboratory experiments research into different uses for coal, and now are officially ramping up into a demonstration project. Basically, real production of new products, building materials from coal, asphalt binder from coal, graphite from coal that could be used to create nuclear fuels if BWXT really sets up shop in Gillette.
The facility will be capable of processing 8 to 10 tons of coal per day, producing intermediate materials that can be manufactured into asphalt products, building materials, agricultural soil amendments, and nuclear-grade graphite. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday, and for our next guest, Clara McFarland, this is like Christmas come late, Christmas 2. What a day for somebody who revels in court rulings and stuff like that, Supreme Court doings. Claire's all over it, but more importantly, her opinion column, her latest, which is always a great insight into the fam, is fantastic. We're going to talk about the combustibility of Aquanet, which Claire and I know all about. Maybe another generation doesn't. The middle-born tinker, by the way, is the guy I want in the foxhole with me in an end-of-world scenario. Like this kid is somebody you want to make sure you get with you when the zombies attack. Just give him some access to the Tractor Supply store, and we'll be just fine. While most teenage girls have a platinum account at the Apple Store, Tinker beats a well-worn path to the hardware store. How's that potato cannon coming?
Good. Yeah, he's got it on my kitchen table right now. And one of his favorite things when he gets too much starter fluid built up in there, but it's not firing for whatever reason, like the ratio's wrong or the potato's not packed tight enough. One of his favorite things to do is to open the back end and fire the the igniter, and then flames go whoom, and it makes it really beautiful, like almost a video game jump sound, like whoom. And so he loves to shoot flames in people's general direction, even though they don't go far enough to actually assault someone. And so I'll be doing something in my office. I call it my cave, and I hear that igniter click, and I'm like, Ben, you better not be firing flaming ether in my house.
Oh, man. Riverton Fire Department, get the Dalmatian ready, slide down the pole, and you're probably headed to the McFarland household one of these days soon.
Right. I'm probably the reason that we still have property tax, because this is the guarantee that the fire department will be here when Middleborn lights are up.
Yeah. He's keeping them in business. He's keeping them in Dalmatians, I guess. So this Supreme Court ruling 4-1, we've been waiting for it. And this all, I think, take us from beginning to end. This all happened back when 2 OBGYNs, one of them I know in the Teton County, Jackson area, and this has gone for years. Wyoming Supreme Court finally ruled 4-1, basically hinged on whether abortion is considered healthcare, because that's the way the Wyoming Constitution reads. Should women have availability to healthcare? Can that be blocked or prohibited in any way? Supreme Court said no, it is healthcare. What happened? How do we go from beginning to end?
Yeah, because it's not, even though people want to make it simplistic, it's not. It's a lot of legal moving pieces. So Roe v. Wade was overturned summer 2022. I remember I covered it. I was brand new to Cowboy State Daily. Jim Angel was coaching me through it. And our abortion ban triggered into place. And immediately those OBGYNs, a Jewish woman who said that her faith conflicted with the ban, another childbearing age woman, a charity that helps women get abortions, and the clinic itself, the clinic's president, all sued. And they immediately got an emergency on the ban, so abortion just became legal again. And then the legislature thought it could do better in 2023 and made a bigger law with a lot more carve-outs and exceptions, thinking this will satisfy the judge. She was worried about the carve-outs not being sufficient and specific enough. So they revamped this whole thing. Huge facelift. And I mean, arguably, there's some language in the Supreme Court opinion saying that they actually complicated it. But another thing that always undercut their supposed mission was the rape and incest exemptions. The plaintiffs argued all along, if your objective, if your compelling government interest is to protect unborn life, then doesn't this undercut what you're trying to advance? And that thinking surfaced in the opinion, and the dissent acknowledged that was the plaintiff's argument as well. So anyway, moving on, that prolonged the court action. Owens blocked that one too, along with another one that was passed that year, just focusing on the drugs, the chemical abortion ban. And then the Wyoming Attorney General's counsel, Jay Jurdy, arguing this all along, was like, this should be a facial challenge. This should be just, technical question about what does this law say? What does the Constitution say? What's some of the history surrounding both sets of wording? And then the court decides. Whereas the plaintiffs advanced a much more multifaceted strategy, saying we agree that we're challenging this law facially, meaning we think it's altogether unconstitutional, but we also want to advance an as-applied challenge, saying it's also unconstitutional as applied to our people. And we have all this evidence to show that that's the case. And Jay Jurdy was always like, that's not proper for what we're doing. And I didn't go to law school. I don't know where all as applied argument is allowed, but where I see it a lot, covering the courts for several years now, I see it a lot in criminal cases. Like a guy gets picked up, he owns a gun. He has, let's say, a meth pipe in his pocket. He is charged federally with being a drug user in possession of a firearm. Hotly contested statute, by the way, because it's hard to tell when we can just blanket classify a guy as a drug user. What if he's a one-time user? What if it was a one-off? We don't know. So that's actually the U.S. Supreme Court is considering that law right now. That's an aside. a lot of times I see as applied challenges where a guy has actually been charged criminally and he's suffered. And so we have all these facts about how he suffered and what he did. But anyway, all that's to say that the Attorney General's office did not throw a bunch of evidence at this issue, did not want to have a trial about when life begins, felt that it was more of a technical legal question about what the law says and the Constitution says. And the Wyoming Supreme Court, in its ruling yesterday, first focused on, like, look, we know the Attorney General's office is leaning on past precedent that a facial challenge means this is unconstitutional under any set of circumstances, that there's no set of circumstances under which this could be constitutional. But then the court pivoted and said, we're dispensing of that past definition. We're going to lean instead on 10th Circuit precedent. And I can't remember what the 10th Circuit precedent said exactly, but it was less rigorous than the precedent that Jay Jurdy had been leaning on, right? And so there's kind of a moving standard here. And then they go through all the, we can get into the healthcare bit if you want, but they go through all the opinion, and then they say the state's failure to present evidence was dispositive. So they're saying the state waged the wrong strategy, but we also did change the strategy.
You mentioned briefly the AG's argument, and I know Attorney General Keith Couts wants a do-over, wants a mulligan, wants another shot at it. We'll talk about what that is legally, because where do you appeal when the highest court makes a decision? There is a way to appeal, although it's not called an appeal, but let's shelve that for a moment. I want to identify the players here. The plaintiffs are Dr. Renee Hinkle, Dr. Giovanina Anthony, both OBGYNs in Wyoming, and Judge Melissa Owens made the initial ruling that I think when we saw it come out, it was big news, but I think it was destined to go to the Supreme Court. We knew it was probably going to head higher. This is a huge issue.
Well, other plaintiffs, Daniel Johnson, Kathleen Darrow, Chelsea's Friends, and Wellspring.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we knew that all along, which is why Judge Owens early in the case, the first version of the case, tried certifying questions to the Wyoming Supreme Court. And they said, no, you have to develop this more. We're not ready.
What do we make of the 4-1 vote? I don't understand Chief Justice Kate Fox coming back after out of retirement to get involved. And who was the dissent?
The one dissent was Justice Carrie Gray. It's common for them to recall retired justices. It makes you wonder why we have the mandatory retirement rule to begin with, because our judges, district court judges and justices have to retire when they hit 70, and some of them don't like that. For example, Keith Couts was mandatorily retired, and he is now the AG and can give the justices all the hell he wants.
Yeah.
Even though he's too old to be among them. And it's funny. Yeah. Like, post 70, he's going to raise more hell. Anyway, it's just interesting.
Yeah.
But there's reasons, there's pros too. Like, I remember when they were talking about changing this, they were like, yeah, but it's changing of the guard. So I'm not saying one way or the other, but it is interesting to see it play out. Where are we going? Kate Fox was recalled. Kate Fox had been counsel for NARAL during the last attempt at an abortion ban on the ballot. And I asked the court about this at the time while she was still on the bench, and they were like, yeah, but she'd represent all sorts of clients. And, I don't know. I don't know what's in her heart. I don't know anything about that. I do have a little sympathy for lawyers getting flack for clients they've had because lawyers got a lawyer, but I also don't know. So I don't know what I don't know. And then, of course, Bridget Hill, I don't think she officially recused herself from this case. I'd have to check, but she's been recusing herself pretty consistently from cases where her office, when she was Attorney General, had a role, right? And her office did have a role in this. So if she didn't formally recuse herself, then she probably would have had Kate Fox not already been recalled.
Have you had time to read Justice Gray's dissent? Was it regarding the definition of healthcare primarily?
No,
Okay.
no, I'll break it down for you. So,
Sure.
so all 5 justices said, okay, abortion's healthcare. And they went through like the definition of healthcare and the definition of abortion. So all 5, including Justice Gray. And then 3 of them, so I guess the most cohesive majority, 3 of them are like, this mandate in our Constitution for healthcare autonomy is subject to the most rigorous standard of review we have. So strict scrutiny is what that's called. It's a standard of review by which courts slay all sorts of government actions. Like if you're the government and they subject you to strict scrutiny, you're pretty sure you're not going to win. There are times when the court is like, yeah, this is so important. You can violate a fundamental right. I think with the TikTok ban, that one actually the court was like, yeah, this survives strict scrutiny. This national security question is so important that you can abridge our speech a little bit. But it's rare. It's really rare. So 3 of them were like, this is under strict scrutiny. And what they did, Justice Gray in her dissent accused them of jerry-rigging the whole strict scrutiny standard to make it fit actually a different standard that's laid out in that constitutional provision. The standard says the legislature may restrict this right where reasonable and necessary to protect the health and welfare of the people. I'm possibly paraphrasing, but the state must not allow undue infringement of this right. And so the majority said, okay, this language sounds a lot like strict scrutiny because of the undue infringement caveat. And so, yeah, we're gonna evaluate under that standard. Whereas Justice Gray was like, it doesn't amount to strict scrutiny because there are different words. And so you have this Justice Fenn agreed with Justice Gray on that. Like, no, it's not strict scrutiny. But then Justice Fenn and Justice Gray diverged from one another, where Justice Fenn was like, it shouldn't be strict scrutiny. It should be reasonable and necessary, but it doesn't even survive that. Whereas Justice Gray says it should be reasonable and necessary. That's what the word says. And, we should be deferring to the legislature on this hot topic. The people's elected representatives closest to the people should be deciding this hot topic, and we should defer here. Wyoming actually has some really strong case law and precedent on judicial deference. Our version of the 8th Amendment, where we talk about cruel or unusual punishment, we defer to the legislature to an extent on that. Or maybe it was the sentencing court they deferred to on that. But the principle is the same. They use a lighter test for that. And so Justice Gray is pointing out, like, not all fundamental rights rise to strict scrutiny, and certainly not this one that has a different set of wording. Whereas the majority said this different set of wording has a strong enough caveat attached to it that it should be strict scrutiny.
There is so much to it. My issue reading your story regarding healthcare is not the definition of it, but the spelling of it. I insist it's one word, but
AP style is too. I know, because lawmakers always lump it into one, and then I have the difficulty of having to parse it out into 2, except not in quotes because we leave quotes in original.
Right.
And no, Jim Angel never would let me put it in one.
Okay. Well, that aside, that's just my little heartburn over it. So tell me what it means. What's your recourse now? And there's, I think, 2 avenues being pursued. One is state lawmakers are going to go back and rewrite the Constitution. I guess that's they promised to make an amendment. And where is that going to go? In a budget session, you would have to have 2/3, which probably wouldn't be an impossible barrier.
You have to have 2/3 to get it over the threshold onto the floor in a budget session when it's a non-budget bill. But for a constitutional amendment, you have to have 2/3 majority vote, final vote in each chamber anyway.
Oh.
And so it's like, whatever, we're already. But then they put it to a vote of the people at the general election this year.
Okay.
If it survives both chambers with that 2/3 majority and survives the governor's desk, the governor wouldn't promise me. He was like, I have called for this all along, but I'm not promising to sign anything till I see it. And that's because legislation can get a little sloppy from time to time.
Well, we'll see in February what happens there. Meanwhile, immediate, under a 15-day deadline, is the governor's request that his AG file what is it? It's not an appeal, but what is it?
It's a unique measure because Wyoming Supreme Court is the highest court that can hear this issue.
Yeah.
It's a state-only issue. It won't go to the U.S. Supreme Court. You're done unless the Attorney General, Keith Couts, can make a strong enough case. And this is his Hail Mary, right? So he gets to say, here is important cases you missed. Here's important concepts you missed. Whoa, you missed it. And he gets one chance to be like, this is how hard you missed it. And then they can grant or deny. And then if they are going to listen, then the other side gets the chance to argue back. And then there's not necessarily an oral argument unless the high court asks for it. And then we'll see if that goes anywhere or not.
Abortion, certainly the issue of the day. Claire McFarland's got all the stories, all you need to know. This issue, third rail politics for sure. It's as combustible as Middleborn's bedroom on any given moment. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues on this Wednesday. We got a lot more to get to, including Jared Petrino on later this hour. We'll talk UW sports. We'll talk all kinds of sports. Montana State, congrats to them. They get a big win in the FCS championship thanks to the performance of at least one Sheridan Bronc. You're welcome, Montana. That kid, Dane Steele, what a play. I'm sure we'll talk about that. We'll talk about this new quarterback headed to Wyoming from William and Mary. Is he all that? Everybody who knows stuff about football says this quarterback's pretty darn good, and he will replace Caden Anderson, who announced that he's heading for the portal. So portal out, portal in. Yeah, we'll talk about that with Jared later. First, let's get a break in here. Cowboy State Daily Show continues right after this.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter.
kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Hey, we're getting right back to business here on a Wednesday, hump day, newspaper day in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Every day a newspaper day for Cowboy State Daily. I know many communities have a weekly paper that comes out on Wednesday, but at Cowboy State Daily, we at it every day. Never take a day off, never take a minute off. This is breaking news, hot off the press. We were just talking to Claire McFarland. My bad for not allowing her time to break this story with us, but I will on her behalf. We were all caught up in the whole abortion thing. That has generated at least 3 news stories out of Claire today alone. But this story is breaking for sure. We just hearing now that Casper businessman Reed Reisner, who not that long ago announced that he was not going to run for governor. That had been the speculation. But he said, stay tuned. I do have something in mind. Well, we stayed tuned. Claire did anyway. And now we find out what it is he has in mind. And it's a run for House. And boy, how the dominoes have all fallen since I did not see that coming when Senator Cynthia Lummis said that she would not seek re-election. That wasn't that unusual of a statement. That's a 6-year term as Senate. That's a long time. That's not your 2-year run. That's not your typical 4-year. 6 years in Congress. And we know what Congress has been the last year or two. Talking about the transition from a Democrat POTUS to a Republican POTUS, the whole makeup of the House and Senate changing. I mean, and then what has gone on in Congress in this past year alone, calendar year, beginning with Trump's inauguration in January to now, January 26th. Look at what Congress has done in the past year. And I would not give Congress a very good grade, honestly, for what they were able to do, mostly for what Congress was not able to do. And that includes run the country, fund the country, finance the country. Shut down, the longest shutdown in history. Congress has been borderline dysfunctional any way you want to define it. So for Senator Lummis to say, I'm kind of good when it comes to re-election, I'm surprised more senators aren't just throwing their hands up now in the middle of their term and saying, I'm done with this. This is not fun. This is not what I signed up for. So Cynthia Lummis' announcement that she would not seek re-election, not a super surprise. It is surprising, though, the chain of events that it has triggered. Both people who have their eye on her seat now declaring almost immediately, almost in the same breath as congratulating Senator Lummis for a great term, also announcing their candidacy. Like, I want your seat while it's still warm. And that is, of course, Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, who wants to get in the run for Senate. not heard anyone else, have we? Has anyone else said that they would like Lummis's seat? But with the announcement that Hageman would be very interested in a Senate run, that triggered a whole bunch of moves underneath that, if you want to say underneath. I think there was speculation that Hageman may have had an eye on a run for governor. That was a rumor. I don't know if it was ever true. It doesn't matter. That's was kind of the thought process for some of us. And I think that being out there in the ether prohibited Secretary of State Chuck Gray from announcing where he intended to go next. And I think we all anticipated that would be a run for governor, especially with the way Secretary Gray's been so critical of Mark Gordon. I certainly thought, maybe I had the blinders on, but I'm like, no, Gray's going to run for governor. He's just waiting for Harriet to say she's staying put or she does not have intentions on a gubernatorial run. He's just waiting out of In fact, Secretary Gray said that. He said, I don't want to announce what I want to do next until I hear what Representative Harriet Hageman says. Out of respect for her, I have such immense respect for her. And boy, that really had me focused on Gray's running for governor. And then we find out, no. When Hageman announced she wants Lummis seat, then who wants Harriet Hageman's seat? And we find out, boy, there's no shortage of folks who want to jump in there. Secretary Gray announced, was it last week? 2 weeks ago? It was right after Christmas, right? And now speculation was that Reed Reisner may have his eyes on a run for governor. In fact, he's done so before, so why not again? He told Claire McFarland the other day, no, he doesn't want to run for governor, but he said, stay tuned. I will announce next week what it is I do want to do. He said, stay tuned for news next week. The best is yet to come. Reisner said this to Claire McFarland back on January 2nd. So fast forward, week later to today, breaking news. Reed Reisner announces that he intends to run for the Wyoming at-large U.S. House of Representatives, the seat currently occupied by Harriet Hageman, and declared for by Chuck Gray. I think those are the only two names in it. Secretary Gray announced that he had intentions to campaign for the seat presumably going to be vacated by incumbent Representative Harriet Hageman, who's going to run for Lummis. So yeah, all the dominoes, the butterfly effect, the chain of events, whatever you want to call it, that were launched when Senator Lummis said she was not going to seek re-election. Look what it has happened in the aftermath, in the wake. We got Gray and Reisner going for Hageman's old seat. Hageman has declared for Lummis's seat. Now, there may not be another Republican who wants to even challenge Hageman. I mean, that is such a slam dunk. I know Harriet has her opponents, has her detractors, but for the most part, she's been really strong in her role as House Rep in D.C. The only inkling, the only notion there may be a crack in the dike is her personal views on public land. And that has been challenged, was challenged, we've seen by some voters. There was just that recent letter to the editor, and we had him on the show The attorney Ryan Semerad wrote a letter to the editor, Cowboy State Daily, said, before you just cast your vote, knee jerk, it's Hageman for Senate. Before you just run out and do that, hang on, make her answer questions about where she stands as far as selling public land and that whole issue that came up last year. Other than that, I don't know how, Hageman could he lose a bid for Lummis's seat, but interesting to see who wants to jump in for the House race. Reed Reisner, breaking news, has declared via social media and in the story broke by Claire McFarland that Reisner has his eye on a run for House rep for Harriet Hageman's seat. That makes Chuck Gray and Reed Reisner in the race now officially. For governor, we just had Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder on. Rumors that she may have an attention at the governor's seat. In fact, she has said such, saying she's very interested. She's not saying it's not in her mind. She told Claire McFarland, yes, I'm very interested in something like that. Hasn't officially declared. I couldn't get her to officially declare, but I did ask her, is that in the future? And she said public service and serving the people of Wyoming is in her future, however that looks. It has meant education to date. Would it mean a run for governor? She would join currently Brent Bien, who is went from relative unknown to a door-knocking dude who has made himself known just by, grassroots, pounding on doors and shoe leather campaign in unsuccessful last term for governor. And Senator Eric Barlow, who has certainly earned his stripes, probably the highest profile name officially in the race for governor currently. Speculation that Bo Beitman may be interested in being the next governor of Wyoming. Chip Nyman, maybe. And Megan Degenfelder, tough, seasoned, fire-tested Megan Degenfelder, as explained by Cassie Craven. Cowboy State Daily popular columnist Cassie said Megan would make a great choice, calling her tough, seasoned, and fire-tested. And regarding the woman aspect, I think that plays into a race. Now, I know voters want to know, they want to know where their candidate stands on the issues of the day as a run for governor. But I think in the back of just about everybody's mind is the idea that Wyoming is the equality state. Wyoming first to many women suffrage things like the right to vote. First all-female town council, Jackson. First female governor, that was Nellie Taylor Ross, but not elected female governor. She was tapped to serve out the rest of her husband's term, and she went on to then lose. I think she did run for governor after, but she made history, 1925, first woman to serve as a U.S. state governor in any state, much less just Wyoming. And there has not been a female since, and not been a woman elected as a governor in Wyoming. That would be a nice first, quite honestly, for Megan Degenfelder. Also, some inklings that Tara Nethercott, lawmaker, may be interested in the gig. So, man, it is going to be political season coming up sooner than later here in 2026. We got more to do, and we got more guests. Jared Petrino will be here momentarily. Let's clear the way for him. He's next.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakovic. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakovic, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Wow, this is not a sports soundbed. Hold on. We need something better than that, right? We need yeah, this is sports, man. Jared Petrino's here. We're going to talk all things sports, not just UW. In fact, breaking news now that Lane Kiffin has declared interest in the opening as head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, even before he's held his first press conference at LSU. I'm just kidding. But I wouldn't be surprised if...
No, I wouldn't be surprised either.
Kiffin doesn't know where he wants to be. He just knows he doesn't want to be wherever he is. Harbaugh let go after 18 years. Was that surprising for you or no?
Yeah, I was shocked by that. Yeah, but 18 years. I guess I had a harder time believing he'd been there for 18 years. I guess, but
yeah.
But at the same time, people always the way that NFL works, the grass is always greener. So we'll see. I don't know. They better have someone in mind, I guess. But
yeah, I mean, Harbaugh, he may have a job right away with the Giants. There's already teams that have declared interest in getting him in place. I think the real question in the NFL head coach carousel that is always that Monday. What is it? Dark Monday? What do they call it?
Yes. What's it called?
Everybody
I can't think
gets
of it right now.
axed.
Yep.
Yeah, there's 7 openings. One thing we know for sure is nobody wants the Las Vegas job, right? I mean, track record is one and done there. The Raiders are paying 3 different coaches not to coach in Las Vegas. They just cannot find an answer there.
Yeah, tough going now. Now they got Tom Brady. I think Tom Brady's gonna have to get a little bit more involved if he wants to make sure that doesn't go sideways. So I don't want him to turn into the Michael Jordan of owning franchises. So
yeah,
keep his legacy. So
before we land in Laramie, let's talk about Montana. Montana State University, a walk-off field goal and a highlight reel performance from an ex-Sheridan Bronc. How about that? Who was that? Dane Steele? What
Dane
a
Steele,
play, man.
Yeah, what a great game. Awesome stage for FCS football to have a Monday night. I think the ratings were unreal. I heard a comment made, I think people just thought Monday Night Football was going to be on. I went to ESPN and saw this game, and they kind of got into it, and they just started watching it because it was a great game. Well played on both sides. Came down to the wire, first overtime game ever in FCS national championship football history. So it was and it wasn't like it was a non-dramatic overtime. It took Illinois State scored in 2 plays, and then Montana State had to convert a 4th and 10 for a touchdown, and then they blocked the extra point, and then Montana State was able to make their extra point. So that was the difference in the game right there. So
yeah, what a game. Now, I don't want to make more of it than it was. Montana State, I love that team. There's a connection with that school, that organization to UW. I was rooting for them, but I got a sense, it was a big game. It was a championship game, but bigger than that, with this whole idea that FBS, the way college football is going, D1, the transfer portal, NIL, there might be room for FCS football. And I don't want to say UW's heading there, but that was fun football at a college level.
Yeah, it was. I liked, I think it was football at its purest form. It was, kids, Montana State has, I think 40 some players from the state of Montana on their roster. So you think about that, like that's impressive. And it just allows you to get behind your team when you got your home roots attached to it. I don't know if that necessarily means that, it's where UW needs to be, but I do see with this whole thing coming out, especially with the football, I do see this super conference. They're going to have this Power 4 league. It's going to be just the Power 4 teams. Then I see this group of 6 league. Either they got to create a new division or I don't know. I think there's a room for everybody. Unfortunately, that purest form of football that you got to watch Monday night, then the next morning, Tuesday morning, you see all these Bobcats going to the portal. So that's sad to see again. But at the same time, they're also getting agents contacting them and telling them they got all this money waiting for them. So I think 2 of their freshman corners that started for them already had Power 4 visits lined up before that game even started. So.
Well, for at least one game, one night, we got to enjoy football, college football like it used to be back when the Cornhuskers had a running game, and that was pure college football, where, yes, a good part of your team came from your state, It was Texas was Texas, Nebraska was Nebraska, Penn State. Yeah, that was fun times. I don't know if we'll ever be back there, but that was a fun game. Hey,
and that's one thing I thought too that NIL would help with a little bit, because I thought maybe it would help with your NIL status to stay local, because you're a known product, a local product. You got all these car dealerships and people that want to support a local kid, but unfortunately it didn't get there. It didn't. I thought that would help, maybe keeping kids at home, but unfortunately that didn't transpire.
Not yet, anyway. No.
Yeah.
Let's shift gears a little bit, talk about another sport near and dear to Wyomingites, rodeo. Wow, big news. Gillette College rodeo coach Will LeDuc, a legend, and the reason many kids go rodeo in Gillette, he's going to step down. Casey Ray Seller's going to take over. How about that? Will LeDuc, man.
Yeah. I would not want to fill those boots for sure.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough, but I'm sure they'll find a way, and obviously they got a great program going up there, so excited to see where that takes off too.
Well, the bad news portal, I think we're up to 18 departing the University of Wyoming football program, but there is some murmur, some buzz about this Tyler Hughes. Is he all that, the quarterback from William and Mary?
Yeah, I think a lot has to do with the new offensive coordinator that they hired. Obviously had ties. He recruited him to William and Mary, and he's going to know the system, which I think is big when you see these transitions come by. Usually these big turnarounds, I'll say, is because a coordinator came in or a head coach came in and brought in his quarterback or brought in the guys from his previous culture. So I think that's going to be a nice leg up. I think Coach Savell wanted to get a guy with just 1 year left. So if he does win the job, it's not necessarily kicking, where their quarterback room is now. And with, Drube still has 4 years technically of eligibility. So, but yeah, it's going to be a good battle. I think it's going to be a great competition. It's nice to see. We'll have 2 guys, I think, that can extend plays battling it out. You watch his video, you watch his highlights from William and Mary. He's got a good arm, very accurate. And it was fun to see a guy that can get out of the pocket and extend plays and make things off schedule as well. So.
Yeah. Christian Taylor, the new OC at University of Wyoming, big reason why Tyler Hughes jumped on the portal, declared he wants to play for the Brown and Gold. And hopefully he'll be allowed to do what he does. I think that'll be the big test, is how much is that playbook revamped in Wyoming. We're talking about a school that traditionally loves running the ball because we haven't had a 17 very often.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's what he's going to bring in. The William and Mary, that go-go offense. It's kind of like that spread option offense where you're going to see a lot of run game, a lot of creativity. I think that you'll see as far as trying to create leverage on defenses and stuff like that. When I've prepared for the go-go offense, they try to manipulate your eyes and try to make sure the defensive guys got to stay true to what their assignment is and just can't go running around. So it's going to be fun to see how it adapts and get back to Wyoming football where we're, establishing the run game and protecting our defense. And we might not be scoring 40 points a game, but at the same time, we're going to be in the ball game in the fourth quarter. So.
Yeah, I don't want to abandon a run game, but the whole run, pass,
right.
three and out is just so predictable. I like to pass to run rather than run to pass. I mean, you can really loosen up defenses, allow your running game to come
right.
in the second half when you're trying to put away a 2-score lead.
That's what I'm excited about too. Is he's got his experience at William and Mary being a play caller, but then got to go spend a season with the Bills and Bills are the number 1 rushing team in the NFL right now, and just seeing how they do it, and I'm hoping that maybe he's combining both and being able to put it all together and seeing how it how it can mesh and be a non-predictable but creative way of running the football and being efficient. So.
Yeah, you're Jared, remind me your expertise when it comes to, game planning, getting really in the weeds of football is on the defensive side of the ball in the secondary. Right. Yes, no?
No, mostly up front. I coached
okay.
D-line and linebackers more throughout my career.
Okay.
I've only spent a couple of years coaching DBs,
So certainly from that perspective, you can comment on offensive line, because I think about the offensive lineman and what you're trying to do as an offense, and the fact that I think your biggest advantage as an O-lineman is the fact that you don't always have to be backpedaling in pass protection. You're not always firing out in a run game. I like the fact that the defense doesn't know if you're leaning
right.
on your knuckles or leaning back on your heel. They don't know what play's coming.
Right, exactly. That's the part that can make it very frustrating, because as a defensive coach, you like to give your players some type of tendencies and keys that have been prominent in previous games. But when you don't know, and when the whole playbook, the biggest thing is when the whole playbook is wide open, that's when it's hardest to defend. Like, you look at our defense this last fall, pretty much every opponent except for maybe CSU, we were defending the entire playbook. So you're thinking about when you have to defend the entire playbook and the entire game plan, you don't know what's coming. You got to be on it at all times. You have no room for error, and you saw that this fall. But when you can get a 2-score lead, offenses become way more predictable, and you can defend those things. So when you look at the O-line, they're giving it away in their stance right off the bat. We know they're throwing the ball. We know, there's certain tendencies that you look at. So it just goes back to, it's hard to defend. It's hard to defend teams when you got to defend their whole game plan going into that week, as opposed to, whether they're behind by 2 scores. Because offensive coordinators nowadays, they panic when they get down, and they start thinking they have to catch it all up in 1 or 2 plays. And really, that's not what you need to do. But at the same time, you just see a lot of teams panic and try to overthink themselves a little bit.
We're talking to Jared Petrino, regular on Wednesdays, and talking sports. Jared, one last thing to go back to the whole NIL and the state of college football today. It reminded me when you said coaches attract players. Coaches are a draw. We saw that Christian Taylor attracted Tyler Hughes to the program. And to me, that gets just more and more down the money trail. We got to pay quarterbacks to come play. And pretty soon, University of Wyoming, like a lot of colleges, is going to have to pay bigger money to the guy wearing the headset on the sideline because he does draw players.
Yeah, it's crazy. You used to go from what can you offer me academically? What kind of facilities do you have? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now it's the first question is how much can you pay me? And it's sad. That's why Coach Saban said he got out. You're having different conversations. It's, what the rumor is that the quarterback from Cincinnati that just gone to Texas Tech got $5 million. At some point we're not going to be able to keep this pace. It's going to have to get some guardrails put on it. And, I'm fortunate enough. My brother's the safeties coach at Wyoming. And so I hear he doesn't get contacted by players. He gets contacted by agents. I mean, it's agents reaching out saying, hey, do you have interest in our player? They have portfolios that they send out to coaches. Hey, these are our players that are in the portal. Are you interested in any of them? Like it's a whole different. You used to talk to high school coaches. You used to talk to JC coaches. You used to talk to. Now it's a whole different animal. And then I asked him the question the other day: is who's paying these agents? Like how they know they're getting their cut? And they're like, well, I'm assuming they're billing them. I guess I don't know. So, and agents have an agenda. I found out too that now agents don't get any cut of the money if a kid re-signs to a school. So like now you got kids going to the portal, shopping, but then re-signing to the school they were at. But I guess I just found out that agents don't get a % of that if they go back to their home school. So they're pushing them to leave.
So they got to get them out of out the door.
It's unfortunate circumstance, unfortunate narratives. They're trying to, and they're not looking out for the kid. They're looking out for themselves, unfortunately. So
that's surprising that it even happens at the secondary level where, there's probably 3 free safeties in college football anybody could name. Yet they develop the same attitude as the quarterbacks. Pay me and play me is what they want to know before they head to your school. One last thing, let's go to the hardwood. Coach Sundance Wicks not happy with his players' performance over the last few games. They got the message at UNLV. They went into the pit and threw a beatdown on Nevada. UNLV 98-66. Good game.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was fun to watch. They came out hot. I mean, it was right off the jump. They got on them. I think 20-5 right off the bat. It's definitely not a UNLV team that I would say that's been the UNLV team that we've seen and known, but at the same time, it was good to see those guys get up and down. And I think, we've said it all year, it's Cowboys by committee. You never know who's going to be the guy. Is it going to be Meyer? Is it going to be Walker? Who's it going to be? Like last night it was Walker who had 28.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it's Meyer who has 20. You don't know who it is. And it's such a deep bench. And the one thing I think they found out through the first couple games is size is going to be an issue when we face a team that's got a good big man. We're gonna struggle a little bit, but we're young still. I mean, our big guy. I think it's going to be that we got to. Coach Sundance talks about defending the dome, being with a young team. They just got to handle those home games, win at home. Need some people to show up down there in Laramie and support these guys. I know it's still Christmas break a little bit for the students, but hopefully they show up when they get back and stealing some on the road. So they have a big test. They have a big test this weekend at Nevada, I believe, and so that'll be a tough one. But at the same time, it's fun to watch these guys go out and compete.
Brown and gold, good times in basketball, good news in wrestling and all that. Jared, thanks for being on. Go Pokes, eh?
Yeah, go Pokes. Have a good weekend.
All right, you too. Time for news. We got to do it now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. On Tuesday, the Wyoming Supreme Court announced their much-anticipated decision on abortion rights for the state. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland walks through the controversial court ruling.
Tuesday about 9 a.m., the Wyoming Supreme Court issued its long-awaited ruling in the 3.5-year legal battle of abortion in Wyoming. What the High Court decided is abortion is health care. It is a fundamental right. It falls under a rigorous standard of court review that's difficult for the state to defend, and the state did in fact fail to defend it.
The ruling concludes 4 years of legal challenges that have fraught Wyoming since its 2022 abortion ban triggered into place with the overturn of the federal abortion right under Roe v. Wade. Our coverage of Tuesday's Wyoming Supreme Court ruling continues. After the controversial abortion ruling was announced on Tuesday, Wyoming leaders vowed to work to advance a pro-life constitutional amendment in the upcoming legislative session. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that ultimately the voters may decide.
If it's well written enough, we could expect Governor Gordon to sign it. If it's not well written or violates the principle he holds, we may not. But he is pro-life, he says, and he does want to see this issue go before the people. And then if it survives those steps, a 2/3 majority in each chamber, the governor's desk, then it would go before the Wyoming voters at the ballot in November of this year.
During the interview, Claire McFarland reports that Chip Nyman became emotional and told Cowboy State Daily that he and other lawmakers are galvanized on this issue to find options to change the Constitution or ask the people to do so. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you that seatbelts save lives. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is properly secured, including your littlest ones. Also, make sure your child seats are properly installed. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
At Hilltop Bank, we understand banking is a crucial part of building a stronger, more vibrant community. We're committed to local businesses across Wyoming, supporting the work of amazing nonprofits, and fostering relationships that enrich our state. Because building community through banking is the heart of what we do. Hilltop Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Cowboy State Daily's coverage of Tuesday's announcement of the Wyoming Supreme Court declaring the abortion ban as unconstitutional continues with the Wyoming Attorney General is filing a petition from a Supreme Court rehearing on Tuesday's abortion ruling, upholding it as a fundamental right. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Governor Gordon requested the filing.
Later in the afternoon, Governor Gordon announced that he had asked his Attorney General, Keith Couts, to file a petition for a rehearing. Now, this is a measure that Wyoming appeals processes allow, where if one of the parties in the appeal says, whoa, you missed these sources and these arguments and all of this stuff that goes completely against your ruling, I want you to reconsider, then he has to file that petition within 15 days of the ruling that he disputes, and then it's up to the high court whether to hear that petition, and then they would give the other party a chance to respond as well.
A statement from the office said the petition will be filed within the 15-day deadline. Construction crews are assembling a field demonstration plant that will process up to 10 tons of coal per day into materials for roads, buildings, and nuclear fuel. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the project is a critical step from research to commercial viability.
Wyoming is known for its research into energy development. The School of Energy Resources is a real leader, especially when it comes to coal research. Well, now some of that research is jumping out of the lab into a more commercial space. At the Wyoming Innovation Center near Gillette, they've taken essentially laboratory experiments research into different uses for coal, and now are officially ramping up into a demonstration project. Basically, real production of new products, building materials from coal, asphalt binder from coal, graphite from coal that could be used to create nuclear fuels if BWXT really sets up shop in Gillette.
The facility will be capable of processing 8 to 10 tons of coal per day, producing intermediate materials that can be manufactured into asphalt products, building materials, agricultural soil amendments, and nuclear-grade graphite. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Cowboy State Daily Show Wednesday, back from the news break and joined by our next special guest, and everything's special in Cody, right?
Of course it is. Yes, definitely.
Definitely. Jen Thoma's with us. Jen, we're going to certainly talk about the 4th of July. It's going to be celebrated across the United States, 250th, but nobody's going to do it bigger than Cody. The stuff they have planned, it kind of reminds me of the eclipse when everybody in the world was coming to Wyoming. Everybody in the world is going to come to Cody on the 4th. Get ready.
That's the plan. That's what we're hoping for.
You're going to need more beds. You're going to have to set up tents. I don't know. It's going to be huge.
All of those things are things we can deal with. We can totally handle it. We're ready for everybody to come here and celebrate with us.
Yeah, you'll worry about those problems when they come. Yeah, if you should be that lucky. Jennifer is the Cody Country Chamber of Commerce Executive Director, and we're going to talk about, let's start with Elevate Cody. What's that?
Well, Elevate Cody is a full-day leadership and workforce development conference that we're putting on here in Cody next week. And so, one of the things we hear across the state is how do we get our young kids to stay here in Wyoming and particularly in Cody? How do we teach them what we need them to know? How do they get to up-level in their positions? And so we've created this conference for specifically that purpose, just to give people what they need to know to start their own business, work in their own business, move through the ranks, get promoted, that sort of thing. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Professional speakers coming, some local celebrities coming to do some presentations, a lot to pick from.
Andrew Rossi, maybe a local celebrity. Is he a big enough name?
I'm sure Andrew will be there. He's not one of our speakers, but he definitely is a local celebrity.
Yeah. So, Cody probably has some unique challenges when you're talking about retaining retaining people born in Wyoming, grew up in Wyoming. We train them, we educate them, and then we watch them go away. In many small communities in Wyoming, it's because of lack of opportunity. There's just nothing. There isn't industry. There isn't an economy. There isn't anything. Opportunity lies outside of the state. For Cody, it may be similar to Jackson. It's such a tourism-driven town. It's a, Showcase Wyoming, gateway to Yellowstone. It's so much as, and kids may say, you know what, I don't want to sell rubber tomahawks, but there are opportunities in tourism that require, a little advance, and there are other opportunities in Cody, I imagine, and we're going to find out with Elevate Cody next week.
Yeah, what we really see a lot is there's a lot of hospitality, a lot of tourism, and people get a lot of experience in that area, and then they struggle to move over into a management position or into a different industry because, the only experience they have is tourism and hospitality. And so this is sort of bridging that gap, how to delegate, how to work with other people, how to solve problems, how to think like an entrepreneur. Those are the kind of topics we'll be talking about.
Yeah. I mean, if you could prove you can run a hotel, you can call your shot anywhere in the U.S. I mean, that's a huge, that's big. Okay. What's coming up on the 20th? You got some awards gala. What's that about?
Yeah, so we're having our first, we hope, annual Chamber Awards Gala. And so we're giving away a bunch of different awards within the community. And if you don't mind, I'd like to announce, you can be brand new, hot off the presses with the finalists for these awards.
Yeah, name names, Jen. Yes.
Of course. So we have an award for women-owned businesses. We have 4 finalists in town, which is Cody Center of the Performing Arts, Wyoming Willows Boutique, Mountain Girl Boutique, and Cody Lodging Company. We will announce the big winner on the night of the 20th.
Congrats, all 4. Yes.
We have a veteran-owned business award, which is Wade's Wraps, Brian Walker with Cody Craft Brewing, and Brian Wiegand with Bubba's Barbecue. So they will also be announced on the 20th. Nonprofit of the Year, Downrange Warriors, Festival of the Trees, and the Dude Ranchers Foundation. A Rising Star, which is like a growing and new business in town. We have Cottonwood Interiors, Heart Mountain Broadcasting, and Diamond View Ranch. And Business of the Year, we have Cody Craft Brewing, Buffalo Bill Center of the West, and the Cody Cattle Company. So if anybody knows any of these folks, they should come to the gala, support them, cheer them on as we name some big award winners here in town.
Wow. So how did you get to these finalists? Was it online voting? How did you do it?
We took community nominations, and then we had a select board that had a matrix of scoring where they ranked each one. And then, we built all those together and came up with these big finalists, I guess you would call them.
Yeah. So that's cool to be recognized this way. That's a big thing for the chamber. How many, so all these finalists, everybody is probably a member of the chamber. Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
All right.
Of course, everybody in Cody is a member of the chamber.
Well, yeah, of course. I'm glad to see, who was it? Cody Craft Brewing.
Yes.
I hear stories that craft brewers across Wyoming, really across the U.S., are hit hard by the fact that none of us are drinking anymore, I guess. If we are, we're drinking Red Bull. I mean, I hope the craft beer industry.
I think it slows down in January, but the rest of the year, yeah, there's people drinking in Cody for sure.
All right. That's good to know. Well, we're all going to be tipping a few on the 4th of July weekend.
Exactly.
You already rodeo like every day of the year. How possibly can you ramp up rodeo, which I'm sure you will that weekend?
Yes, of course. Every year we have much bigger professional style rodeos that week, including the bulls. We have a special night of just ultimate bulls and bullfighting. So that will be as normal. We're going to have our normal parades, but on top of that, throughout the whole year, actually, we have a chuck wagon cook-off in June. Meeteetse, which is close by here in Park County, is going to have a cattle drive the weekend before the 4th of July. And then we have all of our different businesses in town are just sort of tying that into what they're doing. So you mentioned Cody Craft Brewing. They actually have an America's 250 Pale Ale that they came out with specifically for the 250th, which you can get cans or on draft. And so we have a lot of little things like that just around town to celebrate. And, we're doing special productions. We're doing the 1776 play this summer. We're doing Annie Get Your Gun, which of course is Cody heritage as part of our heritage. So Buffalo Bill Center of the West has a whole Buffalo Nation exposition that they're putting on for the year. So lots of fun things. If you want to learn about history, the 4th of July, of course, we're the best place to celebrate the 4th of July, and it'll be even better this year. But all summer, we've got lots of fun things going on specifically for America's 250.
Cody's rich in history, definitely rich in Western kind of stuff, rodeo and all that, but also an emerging arts center. I mean, the arts, talk about the galleries and all things art for that big celebration as well.
Yes, we have several different art galleries that will be having special displays. We put up new murals all around town. We've been covering our, electrical boxes downtown with beautiful art. And we actually have one mural that's specifically dedicated to America's 250. So I think it was 3 new murals we put up last year. If you haven't been to town to see those, they're beautiful. Ones in the band shell in City Park is just gorgeous. So lots of art to see. Of course, we have the Buffalo Bill Art Show in the fall, which will have a little bit of America's 250. Of course, always history with that art show too. So that's what we do best here. We celebrate the West and we celebrate history.
Well, the only way to enter Yellowstone is via Cody on that scenic highway. And I'll tell you this, Jen, this is probably news to many people, but I'm sure Cody, maybe you pay extra money. I don't know how you influence, but the folks working the gate at that gate are the fastest. Like they'll get you through quicker than anybody. That's the only way to get into Yellowstone, via Cody. I'm telling you.
Yes, it's the fun way. It's the beautiful way. And it's actually the least populated way. So there's never a line. You can always get through. And if you don't believe me, we have a brand new web camera out at those gates that you can watch all the time. You can see how much snow is up there now. You can see when it's open. You can see maybe a bear passing through once in a while, and you can see that there's no lines at our gate.
Oh, that's neat. I appreciate that, because that Sylvan Pass, that can close, even though the weather in Cody be like, hey, it's not bad. That gate may be shut. You don't want to find out after 45 minutes of driving there. And
yeah, of course, we're closed for the season now until May 1st. But after that, it's hit or miss depending on the weather. So you can always check it out with the camera.
Jen Thoma is the executive director of Cody Country Chamber of Commerce in Cody. What else is going on? What do you want to talk about? Anything?
I think that's all that we had to cover today. I'm pretty tired just thinking about all of that.
You have got a lot of work to do. Are you going to be ready?
Yeah. We're already ready. We're having fun.
I mean, other than the 4th, you've got all kinds of spring and summer events that you got to do in Cody. The regular course of business probably has you running, 9-0 anyway.
even on the 19th and 20th, we're having the Wyoming Music Educator Conference here in town. So that's a big load of people that will be visiting and enjoying Cody. So yeah, we're excited. If you want to come, this is just as fun as in the summer. We can find good things to be done.
I don't know if there's a room left in the Irma for the 4th of July, but book now.
You have to book now. That's
book
for sure.
now, wherever you're going to be, because that is going to be the biggest weekend ever Cody's ever seen. The numbers are going to be insane. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Check in again as we get closer to spring. Once we shake off the winter, if we get winter. I want to know what's going on up there in Cody country.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Jen Thoma, that's Cody Country Chamber of Commerce Executive Director. They got plans for the 250th like you can't imagine. Also, don't forget, next week, Elevate Cody. That's going on. And the big awards gala, January 20th, the Chamber is going to recognize some select individuals and businesses. That'll be fun as well. So let's get a break, and I'll come right back with this day in history. This day, January 7th, by the way. We'll do it after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Getting back after break to the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. This day in history is January 7th, and it's Christmas for those churches using the Eastern calendar. I could do Christmas again. 1699 this day, King William's War concludes in a treaty. While not directly related to Wyoming, the war was one of the first major wars between Anglo-Americans and North American Native Americans. Fought not the first such conflict, but one of the more massive ones anyway. King William's War, 1699, concluded this day via treaty. 1789 on this day, the first U.S. presidential election held under the U.S. Constitution. Americans voted for electors who, in turn, a month later, chose a guy named George Washington as the nation's first president under the Constitution. This day, 1789. 1855 on this day, George Baxter, briefly territorial governor of Wyoming, was born in North Carolina, in case you're checking. George Baxter's birthday, 1855. January 7th, 1864, Caleb Smith, middle name Blood. That's got to be a pretty rare middle name. Caleb Blood Smith, Secretary of the Interior in 1861 and 1862. He died this day. He was overworked in the position of Secretary of Interior, disliked by other cabinet members. In 1862, President Lincoln appointed him as a federal judge. Caleb Blood Smith died this day, 1864. 1865, Cheyenne, Arapaho, and Sioux warriors attacked Julesburg, Colorado in retaliation for the Sand Creek Massacre. This day in 1882, formation of the Wyoming Telephone and Telegraph Company. January 7th, 1890, a mail train collided with a freight train just outside of Howell, Wyoming. Where is that? Has to be a ghost town today. I don't recognize. Does anybody recognize Howell, Wyoming? Howell, Wyoming. Yeah, I don't know. Howell, Wyoming, maybe in Albany County. It's the neighborhood of Howell is located in Albany County. Yeah, I don't think there's a Howell. There's a Howell Mountain. I don't think there's any such place as Howell, Wyoming anymore. Anyway, 1895, Richard Williams. Let me try that again. William Richards took office as Wyoming governor, 1895. Other governors would officially take office on this day, January 7th, including Clifford Hansen in 1963, 1987, Mike Sullivan, 1997, Mike Enzi, all took office on this day, as well as Mark Gordon back in 2019, January 7th. This day in 1994, Natrona County High School was added to the National Registry of Historic Places. This day in 2011, Governor Meade announced Wyoming would join the lawsuit challenging the constitutionality of the Federal Health Care Reform Act. And finally, on this day, 2015, former governor and ambassador to Ireland, Michael Sullivan, was inducted into the National Western Stock Show's 2016 Citizen of the West, the honor, very notable one in the West. And congrats to former Governor Michael Sullivan. All these things happen on this day in history, January 7. It's time to rodeo with the Western Ag Network. Will?
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Back on the show today is PRCA Music Director of the Year from 24, Brad Narducci, who also worked the National Finals Rodeo as a music director this past December. Brad reminisces about some of his memories and especially family on this edition of the Roadshow. Coming up next.
Ranchers, it's bull buying time, and Redland Black Angus is your headquarters for range cow genetics. 1 o'clock on Saturday, January 17th. 85 aged Advantage Cabinese bulls sell at Buffalo Livestock Auction, Buffalo, Wyoming. Redland Black Angus are range calved and range raised. Their aged Advantage bulls will get more cows and heifers bred with the confidence a 2-year-old brings, because a ranch's profit starts with more live calves. Free wintering till April 1st. Broadcast live on Northern Livestock Video. For all the details, visit redlandangus.com. Winter certainly brings out its fair share of challenges, but also the quiet beauty of life out here in the West. At the Western Ag Network, we want to thank producers, families, and communities who keep our rural America strong even in the coldest months. Wherever winter takes you, feeding livestock, hauling hay or grain, or just heading down icy roads, we're here with trusted ag news and markets on radio, television, and social media. From your friends here at the Western Ag Network, wishing you a safe and steady winter season.
Will has been my favorite guy since I can remember, all the way going back to circuit finals in Great Falls, Montana, when they would crack the latch on the first bareback rider. You knew it was going to be a good rodeo when Will Rasmussen was there getting the crowd ready.
That's so good.
Take me back.
Let's ride, Great Falls. Let's ride. Yeah, that's good to be. You know, you talk about what it takes and the sacrifice, the hard work. But, like, you know, you're a man that's with a wife and younger kids. They have to sacrifice. They have to work right along with you because you spend half your time away from them.
Yeah, I would say maybe the family gets to sacrifice even greater than we do. We at least get to go to the event, work the event, and we call it work, but we all know that we love it so much that it's really not work to us. It's just we get to do the greatest thing in the world, and we just happen to get paid for it. So the family is the one that really spends the time in the hotels and in the airports that they don't want to, but they go with you. And it's a support system that is very much needed for success, especially for us, you know. And it makes a world of difference to get done with a show and you're just beat. And you get back to the trailer, you get back to the hotel room, and your family's there. It's like a breath of fresh air, right? Or as we say, like a hug from an old friend.
Brad Narducci on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, I can find no evidence of that train wreck. No, well, in particular, no evidence that 1890 train wreck between a mail train and a freight train that occurred on this day in 1890, I can find no evidence of a Howell, Wyoming. Does anybody know where that would have been? Certainly there are a lot of sightings, SIDING, sightings that popped up during the Union Pacific during railroad days. Any railroad has sidings, which is basically a glorified stop, a glorified train station. And those sidings sometimes became towns in and of themselves and sometimes not. And Howell, I do not know what Howell was. Obviously, for a train collision to happen in 1890, it had to have happened along the UP, the east-west running rail line. But I do not know where Howell. That might take a little more exploration unless somebody very knowledgeable about history can tell me where Howell, Wyoming ever was. What else? I want to do some national news. Oh, by the way, Game and Fish Deputy Director Doug Brimmeyer announced his retirement. That was a bit of a big surprise. Bryn Mawr's big name with Game and Fish, for sure. Deputy Director for External Operations, retired officially January 2nd. Game and Fish announced that. Thank you, Greg, for your service. Game and Fish Director Angie Bruce says Doug's career, defined by his dedication to wildlife, unique ability to connect with people from his early days on big game habitat in western Wyoming to his leadership in Cheyenne. Bryn Mawr's career has exemplified the department's mission for Wyoming's wildlife. That quote from Game and Fish Director Angie Bruce. Doug Bryn Mawr began his career right here in Jackson. That's why I know that name. 1991, he started as project biologist in Jackson. I worked extensively with elk habitat, moose, bighorn sheep in the Jackson region. He spent a little bit of time in Newcastle and came back to Jackson in 1996 as the North Jackson wildlife biologist. Much of his career spent in the Jackson-Pinedale area, and then went on to, when I kicked him upstairs, went on to finish his career at Game and Fish in Cheyenne. Doug Bryn Mawr retired from Game and Fish on January 2nd. He'll be a hard guy to replace. Great dude. So, good luck in retirement, Greg. Another guy who's on his way out, Cody Lockhart, is stepping down as head of Teton County Search and Rescue. He'll be replaced by Anthony Stevens. That announcement in today's Jackson Hole News and Guide. Cody Lockhart, longtime head of Teton County Search and Rescue, is stepping down. Anthony Stevens will take over. Other Jackson news, sad news about Helga Tessar. That's Andrew Munn's mom, in case you really know the Jackson area. Andrew Munns is the playwright, the actor, anything to do with a staged production. You can bet Andrew Munns has had a hand in it in the last 2 decades at least. Andrew, really talented. A lot of original productions are staged by his Tumbleweed outfit. That was his mom, and he announced on Facebook, he said, my mom was hit by a car the other day, and she's not doing well. Then she was getting better, and we were all rooting for Helga. She was hit in a pedestrian crosswalk, which if you've been to downtown Jackson, you know there are several designated pedestrian crosswalks. The problem is a lot of folks from out of town, out of state, they don't know what those are. They don't recognize them. They really need to be better identified. In fact, there's an effort now by the town council. They are considering ways to better clarify that there's a pedestrian walkway. Pedestrians have the right of way in these walkways, and as a motorist, you're required to stop. I think it's state law. And too many people just don't recognize, they don't see the sign. The sign is, off the side of the road, and I've seen people blow right through those, mostly from out of state plates. They don't even recognize what they are. They don't know what they are. In the end, what should trump everything is the fact that there's a person walking out in the street. Like, stop. Pedestrian has the right of way in every incident. In every instance. Well, Helga was hit. A week later, she died as a result of her injuries. Terrible for the Jackson community. And now we're hearing in today's Jackson Hole News and Guide that the person responsible for hitting her was not an outsider, so to speak. He's a local, Sandy Ress. And if you recognize that name in Jackson, Sandy Ress, most of the time you read that name in the newspapers, and you have over the past decade. It concerns his ongoing dispute with St. John's Hospital. I think he sued the hospital board. He wants to get on the hospital board. Then he's got all kinds of issues with the hospital board. Sandy Ress is, I think he's about 83 years old. Helga was 72, I want to say, 70-ish. But yes, Sandy Ress is being charged in vehicular manslaughter in the killing of Helga Tessar. That news in Jackson. Let's look at other news from around the United States and around the world. We'll go to Iran. We'll go to Switzerland, and we'll find out where Mickey Rourke is hanging his hat these days. The one-time famed actor. We'll do it all after this break.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/team up.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. Enjoy it while you can, because you won't have me to kick around anymore once I launch my OnlyFans account. I know Jen makes fun of me saying I'm never gonna amount to anything on OnlyFans, and perhaps not, but that certainly is the way to go. I'm going to jump in the portal and get out of this syndicated radio gig and this podcast for Cowboy State Daily. Heads up to my employers, my bosses. I'm headed for true stardom. OnlyFans. That's the only thing that I can think about that's going to make a payday worthy of me. And I just look at, Sophie Rain is my inspiration. She's probably one of the foremost, biggest known, biggest paid OnlyFans star. OnlyFans are, if you don't know, they're basically influencers on steroids. And unfortunately for a lot of young ladies who are OnlyFans people, they're basically pseudo prostitution sites. Honestly, some of these OnlyFans, like OnlyFans star so-and-so says sleeping with 300 guys in 1 hour took a toll on her body. I'm like, what? All right, I don't know if I'm prepared to go there with the whole OnlyFans thing, but too many of the OnlyFans celebrities I see are women, and their claim to fame is how many guys they slept with in 1 hour, 1 day, 1 year. Oh, okay. So maybe I'm not going to be OnlyFans. But Sophie Rain, for instance, a couple of stories coming out from her. One is she says she earned $1.4 million from one guy, one person, who she won't reveal who it is. She wanted to protect his anonymity, but she did say he was a good guy. I'll say $1.4 million. He's a real good guy. What it is she sold for $1.4 million is not necessarily defined in this story that I'm reading on mandatory.com. OnlyFans star Sophie Rain revealed how much one single person spent on her during a recent podcast appearance. The 21-year-old creator, and by the way, hang on, she's not 21, she's 23, but anyway, she's been one of the highest earning personalities on the platform, on the planet. And it seems one fan has contributed a significant chunk to her earnings. Sophie Rain, the other day, just made two declarations in addition to this. One, she's not 21 years old. She's 23. She said that stemmed from the notion that when she first launched her OnlyFans account, she was told, you're going to give up a lot of your private life and a lot of private life reveals. It's probably a good idea to understate your age so you'll be better protected. Prior to turning 21, there are certain protections for some of the younger influencers on OnlyFans, minors. So she, back in the day, said she was a certain age, which makes her 21 today, and she's really not. She just celebrated, by the way, her 21st birthday. It was actually her 23rd. She admitted today she's 23, not 21. She also admitted, and she also showed proof just yesterday, I think, that she made $99 million via her OnlyFans account in this past year, 2025, $99 million. Now, many OnlyFans stars and many influencers on Insta or TikTok, they also make great claims of how many millions they've made. Is that really true? Do they do that just to promote themselves, to make themselves look bigger and better? That could be the case, but Sophie Rain says she has shown proof, she's got the receipts, that she made $99 million in 2025. That's good enough for me. I need to get my OnlyFans account going. Yeah, the creator on OnlyFans, Sophie Rain, admitted on her podcast, Full Send podcast, said that one particular donor paid $1.4 million, the largest donor to her efforts. All she said, and she defined it as $1.4 million on her content. I'm not sure what exactly you're paying for, $1.4 million on her content, but okay, we'll leave it at that, Sophie. Meanwhile, talk about money. The old-fashioned way to make it used to be to become a celebrity, to become a movie star, right? And Mickey Rourke back in the day was kind of a B-list movie star. I can't even think of the movies he was in. He was in a boxing movie, right? Let me check, because the news from Mickey Rourke is he's flat broke, and there's a GoFundMe effort to help pay Mickey Rourke's rent. Mickey Rourke is 73 now. American actor, former professional boxer. He used to actually be a real boxer. Born in Schenectady, New York. I didn't know that. What are his big films? That's what I want to know, because here's what I remember of Mickey Rourke and his career, which spanned, let's see, he was in The Rainmaker, 1997, Buffalo, 66. That was a good movie. Really understated movie. So Mark Garofalo's in that. Great movie. Once Upon a Time in Mexico, Man on Fire, Domino. He's got a large body of work. He's done a lot of work. What I remember of his Hollywood career in acting is his co-stars would often describe him as vile and smelling badly and having poor personal hygiene. That's what I remember of Mickey Rourke. Like, he apparently did not bathe enough or shower enough. His co-stars would say, ugh, he was disgusting. Some women refused to work with him. So the latest out of Mickey Rourke is he blew all his money. He's down, he's destitute, and he was kicked out of his place recently. He could not make rent. He took out a big loan just to cover rent, and now he's been removed from his house, his Los Angeles rental home, facing eviction notice. He has $59,000 in back rent he owes to his landlord. And a GoFundMe campaign was launched, not by him, but by somebody that he knows. He's given conflicting statements about it. One, he said he gave full permission for the crowdfunding drive. In another statement, he said he wanted nothing to do with it. He would never do something like that. So, you don't know who to believe, but Support Mickey to Prevent Eviction is an actual GoFundMe campaign. He's $59,000 in back rent. The effort has made, by the way, so far to date, I'm looking at it, $97,438. So that's enough, you would assume, to keep him in his LA rental. Yet we hear the latest from Mickey Rourke is he's moved out, he's been evicted, and he's now living in a Beverly Hills hotel. The fundraising goal is $100,000, so he's almost there. But yeah, Mickey Rourke, who I see a photo of him, and he's got some kind of ratty looking dog. I can't tell which looks worse, Mickey Rourke or this dog. But yeah, he's fallen on tough times. This story from Wyoming Public Media, Wyoming News Now by Achille Kirk Bonner. Interesting, and I think we could have guessed this. Wyoming Craft Brewers Guild says breweries are facing issues, tough times. And basically, it's for a variety of reasons, but mostly because we're not drinking anymore. We, being the generation of drinking age, just isn't drinking beer like we used to. I kind of touched on it with Jen Thoma regarding that the craft brewery up there in Cody that's up for an award. But in general, small to medium-sized craft breweries are having tough times. Blacktooth Brewing, for instance, the director of sales at Blacktooth Brewing said that this is a very challenging time for the craft beer industry across the nation, even in the world, but especially in Wyoming. This word's from Michelle Foster, board president of the Guild, Wyoming Craft Brewers Guild, and director of sales at Blacktooth Brewing. Foster said tough times for a variety of reasons. One being craft brewers are paying higher amounts than ever for their ingredients. This may be due in part by tariffs, but, just to get your hops and your grains, they've cost more than ever, so the costs are higher. And then Foster said we're seeing Forster, sorry, I'm calling her Michelle Foster, Michelle Forster. Forster said at Blacktooth anyway, we're seeing generational shifts. The upcoming generation is drinking less. This has been evidenced certainly throughout the United States. Bars across the U.S. have reported just less and less revenue generation because the next generation is either staying home, drinking non-alcoholic drinks, or drinking different alcoholic drinks, like all these. I can't think of what they're called. That my wife drinks them. It's not beer. They're choosing alcohol. When they're choosing alcohol, they're not choosing craft beer, says Forster. And all these things have combined for making it a very challenging atmosphere for these breweries. What is the drink of choice now? Everybody, alcoholic drinks. I have to actually ask Google to remember what it is. Everybody's doing the the Claws, White Claw. That's a big one. The White Claws and the whatever else it is. It's it's like a drink in a can. It's a mixed drink in a can. The cocktail can, that's huge now. And High Noons, the High Noons and the White Claws. That's why nobody's drinking craft beer. Every woman is drinking the High Noons and the White Claws. To find a woman drinking a craft beer is a rarity. And that's a big reason why the Craft Brewer Guild in Wyoming is saying it's tough times, challenging times. I do want to get to more news, other news, including international stuff. President Trump declaring, yes, he does have intentions on acquiring Greenland. He'd rather buy it, but he will take it if that's the case. Also, Iranian protests. Supposedly, Iran is on the verge of something. Protests in at least two major Iranian cities, and their appeal to President Trump to please help us before Iran kills us. Protests going on in Iran. Huge global implications. All this in the fallout of course, the U.S. and President Trump seizing President Maduro out of, I almost said Argentina, out of Venezuela. and how that may be precedent, that may be very similar to China's intentions on really just taking over Taiwan. It has been a global environment like we have never seen. We'll do all that and recap right after this quick hit from Wyoming Game and Fish.
Hi, I'm Ray Hageman, and this is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. The deadline to win a chance at a once-in-a-lifetime hunt is just a few weeks away. Stay tuned. Wyoming produces trophy wildlife the rest of the world can only dream about. If you're a hunter who frequently hunts in Wyoming, you're probably well familiar with what Super Tag is. If not, it's safe to say you've been missing out. Since 2013, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department has offered hunters a unique chance to hunt some of the most enticing big game species in America, while at the same time generating needed revenues for conservation work in the state. A Super Tag is basically an extra opportunity for hunters to win a chance at bypassing traditional hunting license draws to hunt highly prized big and trophy game species in Wyoming, sometimes in the toughest of areas of the state to get a license, all while providing substantial dollars that pays for things like mule deer studies, chronic wasting disease surveillance and research, and access programs for hunters and anglers. Since its inception in 2013, Super Tag has raised more than $12.5 million for conservation, with $1.5 million raised in 2024. All Super Tag funds stay in Wyoming while giving hunters something they can support, another chance to get a moose, bighorn sheep, elk, mountain goat, deer, black bear, antelope, mountain lion, gray wolf, or wild bison. Winning the Super Tag trifecta, another raffle that's separate from a Super Tag, gives hunters a chance to really go for it and hunt any 3 of those species. Now, the appeal of Super Tag is that winners can hunt any open area for the species they win or select, with only a few exceptions. The preference points that they've patiently accumulated over the years can stay right where they are, unused. In the process, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department raises critical revenues to fund important department initiatives that benefit hunters and anglers now and in the future. The deadline for buying Super Tag and trifecta chances is January 31st. Go to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department website for all details. Winners will be announced in mid-February. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
Cowboy State Daily coming at you and wrapping things up for this Wednesday edition. Iranian protests, which are now in their 10th day, continue. Unrest in Iran, and one shared X tweet, or whatever they're called on X, shows a woman holding a sign up saying, "Trump, a symbol of peace, don't let them kill us." President Trump has said if Iranian leaders don't get their act together, he has not ruled out the possibility of striking over there in a military fashion. President Trump also very much still interested in Greenland. He'd like to buy it first and foremost, but if that doesn't work, he's ready to take it. Oh my, what a world we're living in. That's going to do it for us on this Wednesday. We got to wrap things up. Cowboy State Daily Show will be back tomorrow, same time. Enjoy the day, and thanks for dropping in with us today. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.